A ver, orain, proga.
Kaixo, en directo jartzen du bai. Egunon bai. Zerbait entzuten zen handik. Bai. Vale. Hasiera emango diogu. Egunon guztioi, Tomas Medina naiz, San Feliz Ikastolako laguntza gelako irakasle bat. Buenos días a todo el mundo, soy Tomás Medina, un profesor del aula de apoyo de la Ikastola San Feliz. Gaur, lehenengo aldiz ospatzen dugu ikastolan, Europako Egileen Eguna. Hoy celebramos por primera vez en nuestra Ikastola el Día de las Autoras y los Autores Europeos. Gazteek, liburuari irakur ditzaten, eta hori eginda, Europan literatura arloan dagoen aniztasuna berraurkitu ditzatela bilatzen du. Su objetivo es que a partir de la lectura de libros, la juventud pueda redescubrir la diversidad de la literatura europea. Egun honetan, parte hartzeko gonbidapena heldu zaigu, Europar Batzordetik. Beraz, gaur irakurketa jarrai bat egingo dugu, Roald Dahl-en Matildarekin egun osoan zehar. Desde la Comisión Europea nos ha llegado la invitación para participar en este día. Y por lo tanto, hoy haremos una lectura continuada del libro de Matilda de Roald Dahl, a lo largo de todo el día. Aukeratutako liburua, Roald Dahl-en Matilda liburua da. 3 hizkuntzak tartekatuko ditugu kapituluka, euskeraz, gazteleraz eta ingeleraz. El libro elegido, como hemos dicho, ha sido Matilda de Roald Dahl. En cada capítulo usaremos un idioma distinto. Usaremos el euskera, castellano e inglés. Galdetuko duzue zertan nagoen hemen, sarrerako proloa egiten. Os preguntaréis qué es lo que hago yo aquí, haciendo el prólogo introductorio. Arrazoia erreza da. Ni ere Europar egile bat naizelako, kasu honetan idazlea. Pues la razón es bien sencilla. Yo también soy un autor europeo, en este caso, escritor. Atsegin handiz, nire lehen liburuaren argitalpenaren berria ekartzen dizuet, Irakurketa y la diosa de las sombras. Con mucho gusto os traigo la noticia de la publicación de mi primer libro, Irakurketa y la diosa de las sombras. Fantasia eta magiaz betetako liburua da, non laugazte, potereak dituztenak, morrigan jainkosa gelditu egin behar dute. Eniak protagonista nagusiena da. Berak suaren poterea dauka. Aimarrek lurraren boterea du, eta animalekin eta landare edo zuaitzekin harremanetan jar daiteke. Elurrek gurpildun aulkia behar du mugitzeko, baina auraren boterea du. Azkena, gazteena ere, Paula da, eta berak airearen poterea du. Es un libro lleno de fantasía y magia, donde 4 jóvenes deben parar a la diosa Morrigan. Enya es la protagonista principal y tiene el poder del fuego. Aimar tiene el poder de la tierra y se podrá comunicar tanto con animales como con plantas y árboles. Elur necesita una silla de ruedas para desplazarse, pero tiene el poder del agua. La última y la más joven es Paula. Ella tiene el poder del aire. Naiz eta liburuan gertatzen diren abenturak trapagararen hasi, azkenean mundu osotik bidaiatuko dute. Aunque las aventuras comienzan en Trapagarán, al final viajarán por todo el mundo. Momentuz aurresalmentan dago, eta Ortuellan Kris liburu dendan, eta Trapagaranen libreria Olgan erreserbatu daiteke. Dagoeneko 3. edizioa agortzear dago. De momento está en preventa y se puede reservar en Ortuella, en Kris liburu denda y en Trapagarán, en la librería Olga. La 3. edición está a punto de agotarse. Beno, orain emango diegu hitza gure ikaslei. Gogoratu Roald Dahl-en Matilda aurrean dugula. Irakurketarekin hasiko direnak DBH-koak izango dira. ¡Aurrera, equipo! Bueno, ahora daremos la palabra a nuestro alumnado. Recordar que el libro es Matilda, de Roald Dahl. Comenzará leyendo DBH. ¡Adelante, equipo!
The reader of books. It's a funny thing about mothers and fathers. Even when their own child is the most disgusting little beast, you could bear imagine they still think that he or she is wonderful. Some parents go farther. They become so blinded by adoration. They magnate to convince themselves their child has qualities of genius. Well, there is nothing very wrong with all this. It's the way of the world. It's only when the parents begin telling us about the brilliance of their own revolution of offspring that we start shouting, bring us blessing. We are going to be shy. School teachers suffer a good deal from having to listen to this sort of way of twiddle from proud parents, but they usually get their own back when the time comes to write the ends of their reports. If I were a teacher, I would cook up some real sculptures for the children of doting parents. Your son Maximilian, I will write it's a total washout. I hope you have a family business you can push him into when he leaves school because he's sure as Czech won't get a job anywhere else. Or if I were feeling lyrical that day, I might write it's a curious truth that grasshoppers have their hearing organs in the size of abdomen. Your doctor Vanessa Judin, by was she's learned this term, has no hearing organs at all. Might even delve deeper into natural history and say the periodical cicada spends 6 years as a group underground and no more than 6 days as a free creature of sunlight and air. Your son Wilfrid has spent 6 years as a group in this school, and we are still waiting for him to emerge from the trials. A particularly poisonous little girl might sign me into saying Fiona has the same glacial beauty as an any iceberg. But unlike the iceberg, she has absolutely nothing below the surface. I think I might enjoy grading end of term reports for the stickers in my class, but enough of that, we have to get on. Occasionally, one comes across parents who take the opposite line, who show to no interest at all in their children, and things, of course, are far worse than the doomed one. Mr. and Mrs. Wormsworth were two such parents. They had a son called Michael and a daughter called Matilda, and the parents looked upon Matilda in particular as nothing more than a scab. A scab is something you have to put up with until the time comes when you can pick it off and flick it away. Mr. and Miss Wormsworth looked forward enormously to the time when they could pick their little daughter off and flick the hair away, preferably into the next country of every father than that. It is a bad enough when parents treat ordinary children as though they were scabs and onions, but it becomes somehow a lot worse when the tale in question is extraordinary, and by that I mean sensitive and brilliant. Matilda was both of these things, but above all she was brilliant. Her mind was so malleable and she was so quick to learn that her ability should have been obvious even to the most half-witted of parents. But Mr. and Miss Woodward were both so warmless and so wrapped up in their own silly little lives that they failed no notice of anything unusual about their daughter. To tell the truth, I doubt they would have noticed that she crumbled into the house with a broken leg. Matilda's brother, Michael, was a perfectly normal boy, but the sister, as I said, was something to make your eyes pop. By the age of 1.5, her speech was perfect, and she knew as many words as most grown-ups. The parents, instead of applauding her, called her a noisy watchbird, and told her sharply that small girls should be seen and not heard. By the time she was 3, Matilda has taught herself to read by studying newspapers and magazines that lay around the house. At the age of 4, she could read fast and well, and she naturally began uh, hankering after books. The only book in the whole of this en- enlightened household was something called easy cooking, belonging to her mother, and when she had read this from cover to cover and had learned all the recipes by heart, she decided she wanted something more interesting. Daddy, she said, do you think you could buy me a book? A book? He said. What did you what did you want a flaming book for? To read, Daddy. What's wrong with this telly of heaven's sake? We have got a a lovely tale with a 12-inch screen, and now you come asking for a book. You're getting spoiled, my girl. Nearly every weekday afternoon, Matilda was left alone in the house. Her brother, 5 years older than her, went to school. Her father went to work, and her mother went to playing bingo on a town 18 miles away. Mr. Wormwood was cooking on bingo and played it 5 afternoons a week. On the afternoon of the day Matilda has refused to hear a book. Matilda set out all by herself to walk to the public library in the village. When she arrived she introduced herself to the librarian, Mr. Spills. She asked if she might sit a while and read a book. Mr. Phelps, slightly taken aback at the arrival of such tiny girl, unaccompanied by a parent, nevertheless told her she was very welcome. Where are the children's books, please? Matilda asked. They are over there, on those long shelves, Mr. Phelps told her. Would you like me to help you find a nice one with lost pictures in it? No, thank you, Matilda said. I'm sure I can manage it. From the from then on, every afternoon, as soon as her mother had left of bingo, Matilda once told down to the library. The walk took only then 10 minutes, and he allowed her 2 glorious hours sitting quietly by himself in a cozy corner devouring the book after another. When she said when she had read every single children's book in the place, she started wandering round in search of something else. Mr. Phelps, who had been watching her with fascination for the past new few weeks, now got up from her desk and went over her. Can I help you, Matilda? She asked. I am wondering what that you read next. Matilda said, Matilda said, if we finishes all the children's books, you mean you've looked at the pictures? Yes, but I've read the books as well. Mr. Phelps looked down at Matilda from the her right height, and Matilda looked right back up at her. I thought some were very poor, Matilda said, but other sides are lovely. I liked the street garden best of all. It was full of mystery. The mystery of the room behind the closet door and the mystery of the garden behind the big wall. Mr. Phelps was stunned. Exactly how old are you, Matilda? She asked. 4 years and 3 months, Matilda says. Mr. Phelps was more sounder than ever, but she the chance not to show it. What what sort of book would you like to read next? She asked. Matilda said, I would like a really good one that grown-ups read. A famous one. I don't know any names. Mr. Phelps looked along the shelves. Taking her time, she didn't quite know what to bring out. How? She asked herself. Does one choose a famous grow up from a book for a 4-year-old child or girl? Her face thought was to pick at young teenagers' romance of the kind that it's writing of 15-year-old schoolgirls. But for some reason, she found herself instinctively walking past that particularity serve. Try this, she said at last. It's very famous and very good. If it's too long for you, just let me know and I will find something shorter and a bit easier. Great Inspirations, Matilda Reed, by Charles Dranken. I'd love it to try it. I must be mad, Mr. Svells told himself, but to Matilda he said, of course you may try it. Over the next few afternoons, Mr. Phelps could hardly take her eyes for the small girls sitting for hour after hour in the big armature at the far end of the room with the book on her lap. It was necessary to rest it on the back because it was too heavy for her to hold up, which meant she had to sit leaning forward in order to read, and a strange sight it was, thinks this teeny dark-hearted person sitting there with the feet nowhere near, touching the floor, totally absorbed in the wonderful adventures of Pip and old Miss Havisham and her coveted house, and by the spell of magic that Dickens, the great storyteller, hath woven with these words. The only movement from the reader was the lifting of the hands every now and then to turn over a page, and Mr. Phelps always felt sad when the time comes for her to cross the floor and say, "It's 10 to 5, Matilda." During the first week of Matilda's visiting, Mr. Phelps had said to her, "Does your mother walk you down here every day and then take you home?" "My mother goes to Aldiz every afternoon to play bingo," Matilda had said. "She doesn't know I come here. But that's certainly not right," Mr. Phelps said. "I think you'd better ask her." "I'd rather not," Matilda said. "She doesn't encourage reading books, nor does my father. But what do they expect you to do every afternoon in an empty house?" "Just much around the watch the telly, I see. She doesn't really care what I do," Matilda said and little silly. Mr. Phelps has consulted about the till safari. On the walk through the fairly busy village, Hyde Street and the crossing of the road, but she decided not to interfere. Within a week, Matilda had finished Great Expectations, which in that edition contained 411 pages. "I love it," she says to Mr. Phelps. "Has Mr. Jenkins written any others?" "A great number," said the astounded Mr. Phelps. "Shall I choose you another?" Over the next 6 months, under Mr. Phelps' watchful and compassionate eye, Matilda read the following books: Nicholas Flamby by Charles Day, Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens, Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte, Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, Test of the Difference by Thomas Hardy, Gone to Earth by Marty Webb, Kim by Rudyard Kipling, The Invisible Man by H. G. Wells, The Old Man and the Sea by Ernest Hemingway, The Soul and the Fairy by William Faulkner, The Rapes of War by John Swain, The Worst Companions by G. B. Princeton, Brighton Rock by Graham Greene, Animal Farm by Orwell. It was a formal list, and by now Mr. Phelps was filled with wonder and excitement, but it was probably a good thing that she did not allow herself to be completely carried away by it all. Almost anyone else experienced the advent of These small children once have been tempted to make a read fast and show the news all over the village and beyond. But not so Mr. Phelps. She was someone who minded her own business and had long since discovered it was seldom worth while to interfere with other people's children. Mr. Hemingway said a lot of things I don't understand, Matilda said to her, especially about men and women, but I love it all the same. The way she the way he tells it I feel I am writing I am right there on the spot watching it all happen. A fine writer will always make you feel that, Mr. Phelps said. And don't worry about the bits you can't understand. Sit back and allow the words to wash around you like the music. I will, I will. Did you know? Mr. Phelps said that public libraries like this allow you to borrow books and take them home. I didn't know that, Matilda said. Could I do it? Of course, Mr. Phelps said. When you have chosen the book you want, bring to me so I can make a note of it and it's yours for 2 weeks. You can take more than one if you wish. From then on, Matilda would visit the library only once a week in order to take out new books and return the old ones. Her own small bedroom now became her reading room, and there she would sit and read most afternoons, often with a mug of hot chocolate beside her. She was not quite tall enough to reach things around the kitchen, but she kept a small box in the outhouse the which she frowned in and stood on in order to get whatever she wanted. Mostly it was hot chocolate she made, warming the milk in a saucepan on the stove before mixing. It occasionally she made bovril or ovaltine. It was present to take a hot drink up to her room and have it beside her as she sat at, as she sat in her silent room reading the empty house. In afternoons, the books transported her into new worlds and introduced her to amazing people who lived exciting lives. She went on Olden Day sailing ships with Joseph Cornet. She went to Africa with Ernest Hemingway and to India with Rudyard Kipling. She traveled all over the world while sitting in her little room and in an English village.
Irakurtzen ditugu, bai, 16tik 23. Matilda's parents owned a quite nice house with three bedrooms upstairs, while on the ground floor there was a dining room and a living room and a kitchen. Her father was a dealer in the second-hand cars, and it seemed he did pretty well at it. South, Southwood, he would say proudly, is one of the great secrets of my success, and it costs me nothing. I get it free from the sawmill. What do you use for it? Matilda asked. Ha! The father said. Wouldn't you like to know? I don't see how Southdowns can help you to the second-hand cars, Daddy. That's because you're an ignorant little twit, the father said. His pet was never very delicate, but Matilda was used to do it. She also knew that he liked to boast and he so would egg him out shamelessly. You must be clever to find a use for something that costs nothing, she said. I wish I could do it. You couldn't, the father said. You are too stupid. But I don't mind telling young Mike her about it, saying he will be joining me in the business one day. Ignoring Matilda, he turned to his son and says, I'm always glad to buy a car when someone full and has been crushed the gears so badly. They are all worn and rattly like mad. I get it cheap. Then all I do is mix a lot of sound dust with the oil and gearbox, and it runs on a sweet nut. How long will it run like before it starts rattling again? Matilda asked. Long enough from the boiler to get a good distance far away. The father said, grinning. About 100 miles. But that dishonest, Daddy, Matilda said. It's cheating. No one ever got ruined being honest, the father says. Customers are there to be dealt. Mr. Wormwood was a small, ratty-looking man, whose moustache did shook of under one and a thick, ratty moustache. He liked to wear jackets with light brightly colored check, and his sported tires were usually yellow and pale green. No take millions for distance, he went on. Anyone who's buying a second-hand car, the first thing he wants to know how mil- mi- how wants to know is how many meals is done right. Right, the son said. So I buy an old dam that's got about 150,000 miles on the clock. I get it cheap, but no one is going to buy it with a millet like that, are they? And these days you can take the speedometer out of and file numbers back like you used to 10 years ago. They have fixed it so impossible to tamper with it unless you are a Rudy watchmaker or something. So what I do? I use my brains, lady. That's what I do. How? Young Michael asked, fascinated. He seemed that he to have interfather's love of crockery. I sit down and say to myself how I can convert a millet reading of 150,000 into 10,000 without taking a speedometer to pieces. Well, if I were to run the car backwards for the long enough, then obviously that I will do it. The numbers would click backwards, wouldn't they? But who's going to drive a flaming car in rooms for thousands and thousands of miles? You couldn't do it. Of course you couldn't, young Mitchell says. So I scratch my hair, the father says. I use my brain when you have been given a framework like I have. You have got to use it. And all of a sudden the answer hits me. I tell you, I feel exactly like the other brilliant few. Must have I felt he discovered penicillin. Eureka! I cried. I have got it. What did you do, Dad? The son asked him. The speedometer, Mr. Walmore says, is run off a cable that is coupled up to one of the front wheels. So it first is disconnected to the cable where it joins to the front wheel. Next, I get one of these. high-speed electric drills, and I coupled that up to the end of the cable it shot away. That when the drill done, I took the cable backward. You got me so far, you follow me? Yes, Daddy, young Mitchell said. These drills run at tremendous speed, the father said. So when I switch the drill, the mileage numbers on the speedo spin backwards at a fascinating rate. I can know 50,000 miles of the clock in a few minutes with a high-speed electric drill, and by the time I have finished the car, only done 10,000 and it's ready for sale. I see it's almost new. I said to the customer. She had done 10,000. Belonged to an old lady who used only to once a week for shopping. Can you really turn the milk back with an electric drill? Young Mitchell asked. I'm telling you, Trace Saker, father said, so you don't talking about this to anyone else. You don't want to me pull it young, do you? I won't tell a son, the body said. Do you this too many cars, Dad? Every single car comes from my heart. I get the treatment, the father says. They are all their millets cut to under 10,000 before they offer for sale. And to think I invented that all by myself, he added proudly. It's made me a mind. Matilda, who has been listening closely, said. But Daddy, that's even more dishonest than Sabbath. It's disgusting. You are setting people who trust you. If you don't like it, then don't eat food on this house, the father said. About with profits. It dirty money, Matilda said. I hate it. Two red spots appeared on the father's cheeks. Who the heck do you think you are? He shouted. The acrobats of Canterbury or something? Preaching to me about honestly. You are an ignorant little squeak who hasn't forged an idea what are you talking about. Quite right, Harry, the mother says, and to Matilda she says, you have never talking to your father like that. No, keep your nasty mouth shut, so we can all watch the program in peace. They were in the living room eating their suppers on the little kins in front of the telly. The suppers were on TV. Dinner's floppy aluminum containers with separate compartments for the stew with meat, the boiled potatoes, and the beets. Mr. Wormwood sat watching her meal, with her eyes glued to the American soap opera on the screen. She was a large woman whose eye was dying platinum bald, except where you could see the mossy brown beads running up from the roots. She wore heavy makeup, and she has one of those unfortunately bunkers to fit where flesh appears, to be strapping all around the body to prevent it falling out. Mommy, says Matilda, would you mind if I ate my supper in the dining room? I could read my book. The father glanced up sharply. I would mind. He snapped. Supper is a family greeting, and no one leaves the table until it's over. But we are not in a table, Matilda says. We never are. We are always eating off our knees, watching the telly. That's what's wrong with watching telly, may ask, the father said. His voice had suddenly become soft and dangerous. Matilda didn't trust herself to answer him, so he was keep quiet. She couldn't feel the anger boil up inside her. He knew it was wrong to hate their parents like this, but he was finding it very hard to not to do so. All the reading she has done had given her a view of life that they have never seen. If only they would read a little Dickens of Kipling, they would soon discover that there was more than life, that sitting people watching television, and another thing. She represents being told constantly that she was ignorant and stupid, but she wasn't. The anger inside her went on boiling, and she lay in the bed that night. She made a decision. She said that every time her father or her mother was bestly to her, she wouldn't get her own back in some way or another. And a small victory or two would help her to tolerate their idiocies and would stop her from going crazy. You mustn't remember that she still has hardly 5 years old, and it's not easy for somebody as small that to score points again and a powerful grown up. Even so, she was determined to have a go. Her father, after that, after what happened in front of the telly that evening, was her first on her list.
The Hat and the Superglue. The following morning, just before the father left for his Besley second-hand car garage, Matilda slipped into the cloakroom and got hold of the hat he wore each day to work. She had to stand on her toes and reach up as high as he could with a walking stick in order to hook the hat off the peg, and even then she only just made it. The hat itself was one of those flat-top fork pie jobs with a gay feather stuck in the hat bag, and Mr. Worwood was very proud of it. He thought it gave him a rakish daring hook, especially when he wore it at an angle with his low-checked jacket and green tie. Matilda, holding the hat in one hand and the thin tube of superglue in the other, proceeded to squeeze a line of glue very nearly all around the inside rim of the hat. Then she carefully hooked the hat back on the peg with the walking stick. She timed this operation very carefully, applying the glue just as her father was getting up from the breakfast table. Mr. Warwood didn't notice anything when he put the hat on, but when he arrived at the garage, he couldn't get it off. Superglue is very powerful stuff, so powerful it will take your skin off if you pull too hard. Mr. Warwood didn't want to be asleep, so he had to keep the hat on his head the whole day long, even when putting a square foot in gearbox and fighting the millions of cars with his electric drill. In an effort to save face, he dropped a casual attitude, hoping that his staff would think that he actually meant to keep his hat on a day long just for the head it off, like gangsters or in the films. When he got home that evening, he still couldn't get the hat off. "Don't be silly," his wife said. "Come here, I will take it off for you." She gave the hat and saved Jack. Mr. Warwood let out a yell that rattled the window panes. "Oh, oh, oh!" he screamed. "Don't do that! Let go! You will take a hat the skin of my forehead." Matilda, nesting in her usual chair, was watching this performance over the rim of the book with some interest. "What's the matter, Daddy?" she said. "Has your head suddenly swollen or something?" The father glared at his daughter with deep suspicion, but said nothing. "How could he?" Mr. Woodward said to him. "It must be superglue. It couldn't be anything else. That will teach you to playing around with nasty stuff like that. I expect you were trying to stick another feather in your hat." "I haven't touched the flaming stuff," Mr. Woodward said. He turned and looked again at Matilda, who looked back at him with large, innocent brown eyes. Mr. Woodward said to him, "You should read the label on the tube before you start messing with dangerous products. Always following the instructions on the label." "What in heaven's name are you talking about, you stupid witch?" Mr. Woodward said, clutching the brim of his hat to stop anyone trying to pull it off again. "Do you think I'm stupid? I had glue
this thing to my head on purpose? Matilda said, there is about down the road who got some super glue on his finger without knowing it, and then he put his finger to his nose. Mr. Worwood jumped. What happened to him? He spluttered. The finger got stuck inside his nose, Matilda said, and he had to go around like that for a week. People kept saying to him, stop picking your nose, and he couldn't do anything about it. He looked an awful fool. Serves to him right, Mr. Worwood said. He shouldn't have to put his finger up there in the first place. It's a nasty habit. If all children had superglue put on their fingers, they had soon stop doing this. Matilda said, grow up, do it too. Mommy, I saw doing that yesterday in the kitchen. That's quite enough for you, Mr. Worwood said, turning pink. Mr. Worwood had to keep his hat on all through supper in front of the television. He looked ridiculous, and he stayed very silent. When he went up to the bed, he tried again to get the thing off, and so did his wife, but it wouldn't budge. How I am going to have my shower? He demanded. You will just have to do without it, won't you? His wife told him, and later on, as she watched her skinny little husband scurrying around the bedroom in his pooper pyjama with a pork pie hat on his head, she thought how stupid he looked. Hardly the king of man a wife dreams about, she told herself. Mr. Worwood discovered that the worst thing about having a permanent hat on his head was having to sleep in it. It was impossible to lie comfortably on the pillow. Now, do stop fooling around, his wife said to him after he had been tossing and turning for about an hour. I expect it will be lost by the morning, and then it will spill off easily. But it wasn't loose by the morning, and it wouldn't spit off, so Mr. Worwood took a pair of scissors and cut the thing off his head bite by bite. First the top, and then the brim, where the inner bands had stuck to the hair all around the side and back. She had to chop the hair off right to the skin, so that he finished up with a bad white right around his head, like some sort of a monk. And in the front, where the band has stuck directly to the bare skin, there remains a whole lot of small parts of brown leathers stuff, and no amount of washing will get off. At breakfast, Matilda said to him, you must try to get those bites off your forehead. Daddy's look as though you have got little brown insects crawling about all over your. People will think you have lice. Be quiet, the father snapped. Just keep your nasty mouth shut, will you? All in all, it was most satisfactory exercise, but it was certainly too much to hope that it had thrown the father a permanent lesson.
There was a comparative calm in the Wormwood household for about a week after the superglue episode. The experience had clearly changed Mr. Wormwood, and he seemed temporarily to have lost his taste for boasting and bullying. Then, suddenly, he struck again. Perhaps he had had a bad day at the garage and had not sold enough crummy second-hand cars. There are many things that make a man irritable when he arrives home from work in the evening, and a sensible wife will usually notice the storm signals and will live with him alone until the swimmers down. When Mr. Wormwood arrived back from the garage that evening, his face was as dark as a thunder cloud, and somebody was clearly for the high jump pretty soon. His wife recognized the things immediately and made herself scarce. He then strode into the living room. Matilda happened to be curled up in an armchair in the corner, totally absorbed in the book. Mr. Wormwood switched on the television. The screen lit up. The program played. Mr. Wormwood glared at Matilda. She hadn't moved. She had somehow trained herself by now to block the ears to the ghastly sound of the dreaded box. She kept right on reading, and for some reason this infuriated the father. Perhaps his anger was intensified because he saw her getting pleasure for something that was beyond his reach. "Don't you ever stop reading?" he snapped at her. "Oh, hello, Daddy," he said pleasantly. "Did you have a good day?" "What is this trust?" he said, snatching the book from her hands. "It isn't a trust, Daddy. It's lovely. It's called The Red Pony. It's by John Steinbeck, an American writer. Why don't you try it? You will love it." "Fleet," Mr. Wong would say. "It is by an American. If it is by an American, it's certain to be Fleet. That's all they write about." "No, Daddy, it's a beautiful. Honestly, it is. It's about. I don't want to know what it's about," Mr. Wong would bark. "I am fed up with your reading anyway. Go and find yourself something useful to do." With frightening suddenness, he now began ripping the page out of the book in halfrooms and throwing them in the waste paper basket. Matilda froze in horror. The father kept going. There seemed little about what the man felt some kind of jealousy. "How does she?" he seemed to be saying with each read of page. "How does she enjoy reading books when he couldn't? How does she?" "That's a library book," Matilda cried. "It doesn't belong to me. I have to return it to Mr. Phelps." "Then you will have to buy another one, won't you?" the father said, still tearing out pages. "You will have to save your pocket money until there is enough in the kitty to buy a new one for your precious Mr. Phelps, won't you?" With that, he dropped the now empty covers of the book into the basket and marched out of the room, leaving the telly blaring. Most children in Matilda's place would have burst into floods and tears. She didn't do this. She sat there very still and white and thoughtful. She seemed to know that neither crying nor sulking ever got anyone anywhere. The only sensible thing to do when you are attacked is, as Napoleon once says, to counterattack. Matilda's wonderfully subtle mind was already at work devising yet another suitable punishment for the poisonous parent. The plan that was not beginning to hatch in her mind depended, however, upon whether or not Fred's parrot was really as good a stalker as Fred made out. Fred was a friend of Matilda's. He was a small boy of 6 who lived just around the corner from her, and for days he had been going on about this great talking parrot his father has given him. So the following afternoon, as soon as Mr. Wong would have departed in her car for another session of bingo, Matilda set out for Fred's house to investigate. She knocked on his door and asked if he would be kind enough to show her famous bird. Fred was delighted and led her up to his bedroom. There are truly magnificent blue and yellow parrots sat in the tall cage. There it is, Fred said. Its name is Chopper. Make it talk, Matilda said. You can't make it talk, Fred said. You have to be patient. It will talk when it feels like it. They hung around, waiting. Suddenly, the parrot said, "Hello, hello, hello." It was exactly like a human voice, Matilda said. "That's amazing. What else can it say?" "Rattle my bones," the parrot said, giving a wonderful imitation of a spooky voice. "Rattle my bones." "He is always saying that," Fred told her. "What else can he say?" Matilda asked. "That's about it," Fred said. "But it's a pretty marvelous, don't you think?" "It's fabulous," Matilda said. "Will you lend him to just for one night?" "No," Fred said. "Certainly not." "I will give you my next week's pocket money," Matilda said. That was different. Fred thought about it for a few seconds. "All right, then," he said, "if you promise to return him tomorrow." Matilda staged back an empty house carrying the tall cage in both hands. There was a large fireplace in the dining room, and she now set about wetting the cage up from the chimney and out of the seat. This wasn't so easy, but she managed it in the end. "Hello, hello, hello," the bird called down to her. "Hello, hello." "Shut up, you nut," Matilda said, and she went out to wash the soot off their hands. That evening, while the mother, the father, the brother, and Matilda were having supper as usual in the living room in front of the television, a voice came loud and clear from the dining room across the hall. "Hello, hello, hello," it said. "Hurry," cried the mother, turning white. "There is someone in the house. I heard a voice." So did it, the brother said. Matilda jumped up and switched off the telly. Shh, she said. Listen. They all stopped eating and sat there very tense, listening. Hello, 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 came the voice again. There it is, cried the brother. It's Bulgars, hissed the mother. They are in the dining room. I think they are, the father said, sitting tight. Then go and catch them, hurry, hissed the mother. Go out and collar them the-handed. The father didn't move. He seemed in no hurry to dash off and be a hero. His face had turned grey. Get on with it, hissed the mother. They are probably after the silver. The husband wiped his lips nervously with his napkin. Why don't we all go and look together? He said. Come on, then, the brother said. Come on, Mum. They are definitely in the dining room, Matilda whispered. I'm sure they are. The mother grabbed a poker from the fireplace. The father took a golf club that was standing in the corner. The brother set the table lamp, ripping the plug out of his socket. Matilda took the knife he had been eating with, and all four of them crept towards the dining room door, the father keeping well behind the others. Hello, 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 came the voice again. Come on, Matilda cried, and she burst into the room, brandishing her knife. Stick 'em up, she yelled. We have caught you. The others followed her, waving the weapons. Then they stopped. They stared around the room. There was no one there. There is no one here, the father said, greatly relieved. I heard him, Harry, the mother shrieked, still quaking. I distinctly heard his voice, so did you. I'm certain I heard him, Matilda cried. He is in here somewhere. She began searching behind the sofa and behind the curtains. Then came the voice once again, soft and spooky this time. Rattle my bones, it said, rattle my bones. They all jumped, including Matilda, who was a pretty good actress. They stared round the room. There was still no one there. It is a ghost, Matilda said. Heaven help us, cried the mother, clutching her husband around the neck. I know it's a ghost, Matilda said. I have heard it here before. This room is haunted. I thought you knew that. Say fast, the mother screamed, almost throating her husband. I'm getting out of here, the father said, grayer than ever now. They all fled, slamming the door behind them. The next afternoon, Matilda managed to get a rather sooty and grumpy parrot down from the chimney and out from the house without being seen. She carried it through the back door and ran with it all the way to Fred's house. Did it behave itself? Fred asked her. We had a lovely time with it, Matilda said. My parents adore it.
hau. Euskeraz. Ingelesez. Vale. Bai, de la 43 a la 45. Matilda longed for her parents to be good and loving and understanding and honorable and intelligent. The fact that they were none of the things was some things she had to put with it. It was not easy to do so, but the new games she had invented of punishing one or both of them at time, they were still to her, made her life more or less bearable. Being very small and very young, the only power Matilda had over anyone in her family was brain power. For sheer cleverness, she could ring around them all. But the fact remains the only 5 years old girl in the family was always obligated to do as she was told. However assigned the orders might be to she was always forced to eat her everything meals of TV dinner trays in front of the Drax box. She always had to stay alone on weekday afternoons and whenever she was told to soup up. She had to soup up her safety safe. The things that prevented her from going round the bend was the fun of diversion and this thing of and fixing was the same word and any rate for short periods. The father in the particular because less cocky and underbred for several days after receiving a dose of Matilda's magic medicine. The parrot in the chimney as fire quick definitely called, but parents down a lot and for over a week. Página 44. They were comparatively civil to their small daughter, but at last this could last the Frere Up came Everything in the sitting room, Mr. Wormwood. Have you returned for work? Matilda has and her brother were sitting quickly on the sofa, waiting for the mother to bring in the chewy dinner on a tray. The television had not yet been switched on. I came, Mr. Ronnie, in a low check, sweet and yellow, tied the appearing boards orange and green. Check of the jacket and trouser, almost brinders the ochre. Looked like a long red book marked dress up his daughter wedding, and he was surely very pleased with her this. Evening he sat down in archen and rubbed his windows, and looked rich today, turning that he was this morning. He has sold no less than 5 cars each on at a 5 profit. Sides in the great boxes, the electric drill on the speed meter, cables splash on paint here and there, a few other clever little tricks, and the idiot we are falling over theirs to buy. He fished a bit of paper from his pocket and studied it. Listen, boy, he said. Addressing ignoring Matilda says, Are you be going into this business with me on day you be go to go up and get yourself a pad and a pencil and let's to see how clever you are. The son privilege left the room and resumed with the writer.
Car number 3 cost £111 and sold for £999, 50 pence. Say that again, the son said. How much did it sell for? £999 and 50 pence, the father said. And that, by the way, is another of my 90 little tricks of diddle the customer. Never ask for a big round figure. Always go just below it. Never say 100 £1,000. Always say now 950. It sounds much less, but it isn't. Clever, isn't it? Very, the son said. You're brilliant, Dad. Car number 4 cost £86. A real wreck that was, and sold for £699.50. Not too fast, the son said, writing the numbers down. Right, I've got it. Car number 5 cost £637 and sold for £1,649.50. You got all those figures written down, son? Yes, Daddy, the boy said, crouching over his path and carefully writing. Very well, the father said. Now work out the profit I made on each of the 5 cars and add up the total. Then you'll be able to tell me how much money your rather brilliant father made altogether today. That's a lot of sums, the boy said. Of course it's a lot of sums, the father answered. But then when you're in a big business like I am, you've got to be hot stuff at arithmetic. I've practically got a computer inside my head. It took me less than 10 minutes to work the whole thing out. You mean you did it in your head, Dad? The son asked, growling. Well, not exactly, the father said. Nobody could do that. But I didn't take me long. When you're finished, tell me what you think my profit was for today. I've got the final total written down here, and I tell you if you're right, Matilda said quietly. Dad, you made exactly £4,303.50 altogether. Don't butt in, the father said. Your brother and I are busy with high finance. But Dad... Shut up, the father said. Stop guessing and trying to be clever. Look at your answer, Dad, Matilda said gently. If you've done it right, it ought to be £4,303.50. Is that what you got, Dad? The father glanced down at the paper in his hand. He seemed to stiffen. He became very quiet. There was a silence. Then he said, Say that again. £4,303.50, Matilda said. There was another silence. The father's face was beginning to go dark and red. I'm sure it's right, Matilda said. You little cheat! The father suddenly shouted, pointing at her with his finger. You look at my bit of paper. You read from what I'm writing here. Daddy, I'm in the other side of the room, Matilda said. How could I possibly read it? Don't give me that rubbish, the father shouted. Of course you look it. You must have looked it. No one in the world could give the right answer just like that, especially a girl. You're a little cheat, madam, that's what you are. A cheat and a liar. At that point, the mother came in carrying a large tray on which were the 4 suppers. This time it was fish and chips, which Mir Wormhood had picked up in the fish and chips shop on her way home from bingo. It seemed that bingo afternoons left her exhausted both physically and emotionally, that she never had enough energy left to cook an evening meal. So if it wasn't to be dinner, it had to be fish and chips. What are you looking so red in the face about, Harry? She said as she put the tray down on the coffee table. Your daughter's "I'd sit and a liar," the father said, taking his plate of fish and placing it on his knees. "Turn the telly on and let's not have any more talk."
The platinum blonde man. There was no doubt in Matilda's mind that this latest display of foulness by her father deserved severe punishment, and she sat eating her awful friend fish and French chips, and ignoring the television. Her brain went to work on various possibilities. By the time she went up to bed, her mind was made up. The next morning she got up early and went into the bathroom and looked at the door. As we already I know, Mr. Wormsworth hair was dyed a brilliant platinum blonde, very much the same glistening, silvery color as a flame tightrope walker thinks in a circus. The big day job was done twice a year at the hairdresser, but every month or so also in between, Mr. Wormwood used to freshen it up by giving it a rinse in the washing with something called platinum blonde hair dye extra strong. This also served to dye the nasty brown hairs that kept growing from the roots underneath. The bottle of platinum blonde hair dye extra strong was kept in the cupboard in the bathroom, and underneath the title on the label were written the words caution. This is a peroxide. Keep away from children. Matilda has read it many times with fascination. Matilda's father had a fine crop of black hair with which he parted in the middle, and of which he was exceedingly proud. Good strong hair, he was fond of saying, means there a good strong brain underneath. Like Shakespeare, Matilda had once said to him, like who, Shakespeare daddy, was he brainy, very daddy. He has masses of hair, did he? He was bald, daddy, to which the father had snapped. If you can't talk sense, then shut up. Anyway, Mr. Wormwood kept his hair looking bright and strong, or so he thought, by rubbing into it every morning large quantities of a lotion called oil of violets hair tonic. A bottle of this smelly purple mixture always stood on the shelf above the skin in the bathroom alongside all the toothbrushes and every vigorous scalp massage with oil of violets took place daily after shaving was completed. This hair and scalp message was always accompanied by a loud masculine grunts and heavy breathing and gasps of that's better, that's the stuff rabbit right into the roots, which can't be clearly heard by Matilda in her bedroom across the corridor. Now in the early morning privacy of the bathroom, Matilda, unscrewed with the cap of her father's oil of violets, and tripped 3/4 of the contents down the drain. Then she filled the bottle up with her mother's platinum blonde hair dye extra strong. She carefully left a note of her father's original hair tonic in the bottle so that when she gave it a good shake, the whole thing still looked reasonably purple. She, she then replaced the bottle on the shelf above the skin, taking care to put her mother's boot black in the cupboard. So far, so good. At breakfast time, Matilda sat quickly at the dining room table eating her cornflakes. Her brother sat opposite her. Her brother sat opposite her with his back to the door, devouring hunks of bread smothered with a mixture of peanut butter and strawberry jam. The mother was just out of sight around the corner in the kitchen making Mr. Wood's breakfast, which always had to be two fried eggs on fried bread with 3 pork sausage and 3 strips of bacon and some fried tomatoes. And at this point, Mr. Wormwood came noisy into the room. He is incapable of entering any room quickly, especially at breakfast time. He always has to make his appearance felt immediately by creating a lot of noise and clatter. One could almost hear him saying, "It's mine! Here I come, the great man himself, the master of the house, the wage earner, the one who makes it impossible for all the rest of your life, so will notice me and pay your respects." On this occasion, he strode in and slapped his son on the back and shouted, "Well, my boy, your father feels his in front another great money-making day today at the garage. I've got a few tight little beauties I'm going to flog to the idiots this morning. Where's my breakfast? It's coming, treasure," Mr. Wormwood called from the kitchen. Matilda kept her face bent low over her cornflakes. She didn't dare look up. In the first place, she wanted at all sure what she was going to see, and secondly, if she did see what she thought she was to see. She would trust herself to keep a straight face. The sun was looking directly ahead out of the window, Stanley himself, with bread and peanut butter and strawberry jam. The father was just moving around to sit at the head of the table when the mother came sweeping out from the kitchen, carrying a huge plate piled high with eggs and sausages and bacon and tomatoes. She looked up. She caught sight of her husband. She stopped dead. Then she let out a scream that seemed to lift her right up into the air, and she dropped the plate with a crash and a splash to the floor. Every young jumped, including Mr. Wood. What the heck's the matter with you, woman? He shouted. Look at the mess you've made on the carpet.
Your hair, the mother was striking, pointing a quivering finger at her husband. Look at your hair. What you have done to your hair? What's wrong with my hair, for heaven's sake? She said. Oh my God, Dad, what have you done with your hair? The sun shouted, and a splendid noise sentence was building up nicely in the breakfast room. Matilda said nothing. They simply sat there admitting their wonderful effect of their own handiwork. Mr. Wormswood's fine crop of black hair was now a dirty silver, the color of his typewriter worker's tie, and had not been washed for the entire circus season. You have dyed it, shrieked the mother. Why do it, you fool? It looks like absolutely frightful. It looks horrendous. You look like a freak. What the blazes are you talking about? The father yelled, putting both hands on his hair. It must certainly have not dyed it. What do you mean? I have dyed it. What's happened to it? Or is it not the same sort of a stupid joke? His face was turning pale green, the color of sour apples. You must have dyed it, Dad, the son said. It's the same color as Mom's, only much dirtier looking. Of course he's dyed, the mother cried. It can't change the color out by itself. What on earth were you trying to do? Make yourself look handsome or something? Do you look like someone's grandmother gone wrong. Get me a mirror, the father yelled. Don't just stand there shaking at me. Get the mirror. The mother handbag lay on a chair at the other end of the table. She opened the bag and got out a powder compact that had a small round mirror on the inside of the lid. She opened the compact and handed it to her husband. He grabbed it before his face and it going to spill most of the powder all over the front of his fancy tweed jacket. Be careful, sighed the mother. No, look at what you have done. That was my Beth Elizabeth Arden face powder. Oh my God, yelled the father, staring into the little mirror. What's happening to me? I look terrible. I look like you gone wrong. I can't do down the garage and sell cars like this. How did it happen? It started from the room, first at the mother, then at the son, and then at Matilda. How could it happen? He yelled. I imagine, Daddy, Matilda said quietly, that you weren't looking very hard and you simply took Mommy's bottle at her stuff on the shelf instead of your own. Of course that was happened, the mother cried. Well, really, Harry, how stupid can you get? Why didn't you read the labels before you started splashing the stuff all over you?
Mine's terribly strong. I'm only meant to use 1 tablespoon of a whole basin of water, and you have gone all and put all it over your head knit. It probably take your hair off and then is your scalp beginning burn clear? I mean, I'm going to lose all my hair, the husband yelled. I think you will, the mother said. Peroxide is a very powerful chemical. It's what they put down in the laboratory to disinfect the pan. It only they give in another name. What are you saying? The husband cried. I'm not a laboratory pan. I don't want to be disinfected. Even diluted it like it used. The mother told him it makes a good deal of my hair fall out. So goodness knows that what's going to happen to you. I'm surprised it didn't take the wool off the top of your head off. What shall I do? Waited for the father. Tell me quick what to do before it starts falling off. Matilda said, I'd give you a good wash that if I were you, I will soap underwater. But you will have to hurry. Will that change the color back? The father asked anxiously. Of course it won't, you tweet, the man said. Then what I would do? I can't go around looking like this forever. You will have to dye the black, the man said. But wash it first or there won't be any able there to dye. Right, the father shouted, springing into action. Get me an appointment with your hairdresser this instant for a hair drying job. Tell them it's an emergency. I've got to put someone else on of their list. I'm going upstairs to wash it now. With that, the man dashed out of the room, and Mr. Wormwood, sighing deeply, went to the telephone and called the beauty parlor. He does some pretty silly things now and again, doesn't he, Mommy? Matilda said. The mother, dialing the number on the phone, said, I'm afraid men you are not always quite as clever as they think they are. You will learn that when you were a bit older, my girl.
Matilda was a little late in starting school. Most children begin primary school at 5 or even just before, but way or the other about their daughter's education had forgotten to make the proper arrangement in advance. She was 5.5 when they entered the school of the first time. The village school for younger children was a brick building called Crouched Hall Primary School. It had about 250 pupils aged from 5 to just under 12 years old. The head teacher, the boss, the supreme commander of this establishment was a formidable main delegate. Lady was name was Miss Trunchbull. Naturally, Matilda was put in the bottom class, where there were 18 other small boys and girls, about the same age as her. Their teacher was called Miss Honey, and she could not have been more than 20, 23 or 24. She had a lovely place of oval Madonna face with blue eyes, and her hair was light brown. Her body was so similar and fragile, and one got the feeling that if she fell over, she would smash into 1,000 pieces, like a porcelain figure. Miss Jennifer Honey has a mild and quiet person who never raised her voice and was seldom seen to smile. But there is no doubt that she possessed that a rare gift. For being adored by every small child under her care. She seemed to understand totally the bewilderment and fear that so often overwhelmed young children who roam and told the over others. Some curious worms that was almost timely, so some out of Miss Honey's face when she spoke to a confused and homesick Miss Trunchbull, the headmistress, was something also altogether. She was a giant holy terror, a fierce tyrannical monster who feigned the life out of the pupils and teachers alike. There was an aura of menace about her, even at the distance. And when she had radiant from her as from a red hot rod of metal. When when she marched, Miss Trunchbull never walked. She always marched like a stormtrooper, with long string and arms swing. When she marched along a corridor, you could actually hear her snorting as she went. If a group of children happened to be in her path, she plotted right on throughout them like a tank, with a small people bouncing of her to left and right. Thank goodness. We don't meet many people like her in this world. Although they do exist, and all of us are likely to come across at least one of them in a lifetime. If you ever do you should behave as you would in you meet an angry rhinoceros out in the bus. Climb up the nearest tree and stay there until it has gone away. This woman is in all her eccentricities and in her appearance is almost impossible to describe but I shall make some attempt to do so a little later on. Let us leave her for the moment and go back to Matilda and her first day in Miss Honey class. After the usual busyness of going through all the names of the children, Miss Honey handed out a brand new exercise book to each pupil. You have all brought your own pencils, I hope, she said. Yes, Miss Honey, they chanted.
Good. Now this is the very first day of school for each one of you. It is the beginning of least 11 long years of schooling that all of you are going to have there at Cronted Hall, where, as you know, your head minister is Miss Trunchbull. Let me let me for your own insist upon strict discipline that throughout the school, and if you take my advice, you will do your very best to behave yourself in your lives in her presence. Never argue with her. Never answer her back. Always do as she says. If you get on the warrant seat of Miss Trunchbull, they can like squeeze you like a carrot in a kitchen blender. It's nothing too loud about. Lavender, take take that grin off your face. All of you will be wise to remember that Miss Trunchbull deals very severely with anyone who gets out of line in this school. Have you got the message? Yes, Miss Honey. Tarpen knitting eager little boys. I myself, Miss Honey went on. on. What want to help you to learn as much as possible while you are in this class? You later. That is because I know it will make things easier for you later on. For example, by the end of this week, I shall expect every one of you know the two times table by heart, and a year's time I hope you will know at all the multiplication tables up to 12. It will help you enormously if you do. Now, then, do any of you happen to have learned two times table already? Matilda put up her hand. She was the only one. Miss Honey looked carefully at the tiny girl with dark hair and round serious face sitting in the second row. Wonderful, she said. Please stand up and recite as much of it as you can. Matilda stood up and began to say the two times table. When she got two twice 12 in 24, she didn't stop. She went right on with twice 13 is 26, 2014 is 2018, 2015 is 30, 2016 is... Stop, Mr. Honey said. She had been listening slightly stopped to this smooth recital, and now she said, "How far can you go?"
How far? Matilda says. Well, I don't really know. Miss Honey cute a long way. I think Miss Honey took a few moments to let things curious estimate skin in. You mean, she said, that you could tell me what 2 times 28 is? Yes, Miss Honey. What it is? 56, Miss Honey. What about something much harder, like 2 times 487? Could you tell me? That I think yes, Matilda said. Are you sure? Why, yes, Miss Honey. I'm fairly sure. What is there no time for hundred for 487 974? Matilda says. Immediately she spoke quickly and politely and with no any things of showing off. Miss Honey had Matilda with absolute amazement, but when next spoke, she kept her voice level. That is really splendid, she said, but cursing multiplied by 2 is a lot. Uh, I I I see that some of the bigger number. What about the other multiple tablet? Do you know any of those? I think so, Miss Honey. I think I missed one, Matilda. How far have you got? I don't kid no. Matilda said, I don't know what you mean. What I mean is, do you for instance know the 3 times table? Yes, Miss. Yes, Miss Honey. And the 4 times? Yes, Miss Honey. Well, how many do you know, Matilda? Do you do you know all the way up to the 20 times table? Yes, Miss Honey. What are you 2784? Matilda said. Miss Honey paused and leaned back in her chair, weighing the plain table that stopped in the middle of the floor, in front of the class. She was considerably shocked. I think a child, but took her not to show. I see had then 10 years old. Wow, wow, cold multiplied with counts fatting. I hope the rest of the you are listening to this. He said that the class, Matilda, is a very lucky hero. He has wonderful parents what have our early dad here to multiply lots of numbers. What its mother, Matilda, what thou what thou numbers what it's your mother Matilda what thou no Miss Honey it's what you must have a great father then he must be really teacher. No Miss Honey Matilda said cutely. My father did not teach me. You mean you Yowzer? I don't either know. Matilda says, truthfully, it's just that I don't fit very different to my multiplied one number by other. My Miss Honey. Talk up a depth breather and let it, it out mm, it out slowly. She looked again and the smile girl with brilliant star starting visible her decks should civil and some solemn. You say you don't. I fit in, in difficult to multiply one number by other. Miss Honey says. Could you try to explain that a little bit? One dear Matilda said, I'm not really sure, Miss Honey. Why did the class was silence all listen? For instance, Miss Honey said, if I asked you multiply for 10 by 19 to note than two different difficult. It's 266. Matilda said so sadly. Miss Honey stared at her. The, the she picked up a pencil and quickly worked about some on piece paper. What did you say it was? She said, looking up. 266. Matilda said, Miss Honey, but down her pencil and removed her expectable aunt began to polish the lenses with a piece of tissues. The class remained kid waiting her and waiting for what was coming next. Matilda was style is studying up visible her decks. No, tell me, Matilda, Miss Honey said, still blinking. Try to tell me exactly what goes on inside. You obviously have to work out in some ways, but you seem able to arrive and the answer a lot almost instantly. Take the one you be. Just don't forget multiply by 19. I I I simply but the 14 do down it's my head and multiplied in by minute. Then Matilda says, and said to myself that if pocket calculator can do is way some way not skin Miss Honey says the swimmer race amazing thing.
Ja, zer hasten nahi, joaten zara eta hasten nahi?
Hori da. Kaixo, irakurketa jarraituarekin jarraituko dugu. Bai, orain bosgarren maila beren txanda da. Eta irakurtzen jarraituko dugu.
I think it's a lot better than a lump of metal. Matilda said, that's all calculator is. How right you are, Miss Honey said. Pocket calculators are not always in this school anyway. Miss Honey was feeling quite quivery. There was no doubt in her mind that she had met a truly extraordinary mathematical brain, and words like child genius and prodigy went flying through her head. She knew that these sorts of wonders do pop up in the world from time to time, but only once or twice in 100 years. After all, Mozart was only 5 when he started composing for the piano, and look happened to him. It's not fair, Lavender said. How can she do it? We can't. Don't worry, Lavender. You'll soon catch up, Miss Honey said, lying through her teeth. At this point, Miss Honey could not resist and temptation of exploring still further the mind of this astonishing child. She knew that she ought to be paying some attention to the rest of the class, but she was altogether too excited to let the matter reset. Well, she said, pretending to address the whole class, let us leave sums for the moment and see if any of you have begun to learn to spell. Hands up, anyone. Who can spell cat? 3 hands went up. They belonged to Lavender and a small boy called Nigel and to Matilda. Spell cat, Nigel. Nigel spell it. Miss Honey now decided to ask a question that normally she would not have dreamed of asking class in its first day. I wonder, she said, whether any of you 3 will know how to spell cat, have learned how to read a whole group of words when they are strung together. Each sentence. I have, Nigel said. So have I, Lavender said. Miss Honey went to blackboard and wrote this her white chalk the sentence. I have already begun to learn how to read long sentences. She had purposely made it difficult, and she knew that 3 were precious. 5 years old. A range would be able to manage. It can you tell me that says, Nigel? She asked. That's too hard, Nigel. Lavender. The first word is. Lavender says, can any of you read the whole sentences? Miss Honey asked, waiting for the yes that she felt certain was going to come from Matilda. Yes, Matilda said. Go ahead, Miss Honey said. Matilda read the sentence without any hesitation at all. That ready is very good. Indeed, Miss Honey said, making the understatement of her life. How much can you read, Matilda? I think I can read most things. Miss Honey, Matilda said aloud. I'm afraid I can't always understand the meanings. Miss Honey got to her feet and walked smartly out of the room, but was back in 30 seconds, carrying a thick book. She opened it random and placed it on Matilda's desk. This is a book of almost poetry. He said, see if you can read that one aloud, smoothly, without a pause and at nice speed. Matilda began to read. An epicure, an epicure dining and crew found a waiter late. Mouse is stew, cried the waiter. Don't stew and have it about, or the rest will be waiting on you. Several children saw the funny side of the ride.
Trying to make up one about you, Miss Honey, while we've been sitting here. About me, Miss Honey cried. Well, we be 39. Got to hear that one, haven't we? I don't think I want to say it. Miss Honey, please tell it. Miss Honey said, I promise I won't mind. I think you will, Miss Honey, because I have to use your first name to make things and rhymes, and that's why don't want to say it. How do you know my first name? Miss Honey asked. I heard another teacher calling you by it just before we came in. Matilda said. She called you Jenny. Is it upon hearing this limerick? Miss Honey said, smiling. One of her rare smiling. Stands up and recited. Reluctantly, Matilda stood up, and very slowly, very nervously, she recited her limerick. The thing we all ask about Jenny is surely there cannot be many young girls in the place with so lovely faith. The answer, though, that is not any. The wall of this honey pale, at pleasant faith, blushlit a brilliant scarlet. Then once again as she smiled. It was a much broader one this time, a smile of pure pleasure. Why, thank you, Matilda, she said, still smiling. Although it's not true, it's really very good limerick. Oh there, I must try to remember that one. From the third row of desk. Remember said it's good, I like it. It's true as well, a small boy carried Rupert said. Of course, it's true, Nigel said. Already the whole class had begun to warm towards Miss Honey. Although as yet she had hardly taken any notice of any of them, except Matilda. We thought you to read Matilda, Miss Honey asked. I just sort out myself, Miss Honey. And have you read any books of all yourself? Any children books, I mean? I've read all the ones that are in public library in High Street, Miss Honey. And did you like them? I like some of them, very much indeed, Matilda said, but I thought others were fairly dull. Tell me one that you like it. I like it, the Legion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Matilda said. I think Mr. C.S. Lewis is a very good writer, but he has one feeling. There is not funny bits in his books. You are right here, Miss Honey said. There aren't many funny bits in Mr. Tolkien either, Matilda said. Do you think all children's books ought to have funny bits in them? Miss Honey asked. I do, Matilda said. Children are not so serious as grown-ups, and they love to laugh. Miss Honey was astounded by the wisdom of tiny girl. She said, "And what are you going to do now? That you be read all the children's books? I am reading other books," Matilda said. "I borrowed them of the library. Miss Help is very keen to me. She helps me to choose them." Miss Honey was leaning far forward over her work tape and gazing in wonder at the child. She had completely forgotten. "Know about the rest of the class? What other books?" she murmured. "I am very fond of Charles Dickens," Matilda said. "He makes me laugh a lot, especially Mr. Pickwick." At that moment, the bell in the corridor sounded for the end of the class. Bye.
Jolas garaia Jonei andereñoa gelatik irten eta zuzenean joan zen zuzendari andrearen bulegora.
Guztiz zerratuta zegoen aparteko adimena zuen neskato bat ezagutu berri zuen, berari hala iruditzen zitzaion behintzat.
Artean ez zuen aztirik izan haur hura zehatz-mehatz zeinen argia zen neurtzeko, baina Jonei andereño nahikoa datu bildu zituen lehen baileen zer edo zer egin behar zela konturatzeko.
Astakeria izango litzakete horrelako haur bat hasi berrien gelan ustea. Jonei andereñoak beldur handia zion
zuzendari Andreari eta harengandik urrun egoten saiatzen zen, baina une hartan edonori aurre egiteko gauza sentitzen zen.
Bulego beldurgarriaren atea jo zuen.
Sartu egin zuen burrunba Transbul andereñoaren ahots sakon eta mehatxagarriak. Honei andereñoak barrura sartu zen. Zuzendari gehienak aparteko ezaugarri da txuk dituztelako aukeratzen dira haurrak ulertzen dituzte eta haurren ongizatea dute gogoan. Bihotz zabalak dira, gustuak dira eta ezkuntza benetan axola zaie.
Transbul andereñoak ez zuen ezaugarri horietako bakar bat ere, eta misterio bat zen lanpostu hura nola lortu zuen.
Oroz gain emakumetzat ikaragarria zen garai batean atleta ospetsua izan zen artean. Oso giar nabarmenak dituen.
Zezen lepoan ikusten zitzaizkion sorbalda sabeletan, beso lodietan, eskumutur indartsuetan eta hanka sendoetan.
Hari begiratuta bazirudien burdin nazko barrak okertu eta telefono aurkitegiak bitan puskatu txarkela haren aurpegia ez zen polita, ezta alaitasun iturri etengabe bat ere.
Kokotsa irtena zuen, aho krudela eta begi txiki harroak. Bere jantziei dagokienez oso bitxiak ziren, ezer txarrorik ez esatearren. Beti zeraman kotoizko blusa marroi bat, larruzko gerriko zabal batekin gerrira lotua.
Gerrikoa aurrean lotzen zuen zilarrezko belarri handi batekin.
Blusaren azpitik irteten ziren izter mardulak, botila berde koloreko zargazko galtza bitxi batzuek estaltzen zituzten.
Galtzak ozta iristen zitzaizkion.
No, esto no.
Galtzak ozta iristen zitzaizkion belaun azpiraino, eta hortik behera altzerdi batzuk zeramatzan goialdea buelta emanda bernetako giharrak oso nabarmen uzik.
Honetan, takoi zapaleko zapatak marroi zerdoketa batzuk zeramatzan, larruzko zuen izan txakurren jarraitzaile zoro eta ondo. Jose batena aurretzako eskola pilot bateko zuzendariena baino
Honei andereñoa bulegora sartu zenean txubu andereñoa beren idazmai handiaren alboan zegoen guztik kopetaz zimurtuta ezinegotziz bai honei andereñoa esan zuen.
Bai, duzu gaur goizean aurpegia gorri-gorria duzu eta azkoratuta zaudela ematen du.
Zer gertatzen zaizu kakontzi txiki horiek paperezko bolatxoak botatzen ibili al zaizkizu?
Ez, zuzendari andrea, inola ere ez. Zer da ba orduan esan Lehen bainaen emakume lanpetua naiz.
Hitz egiten ari zen bitartez bere idazma agian beti egoten zer pitxer bat hartu eta lontzi bat hartu bete zuen.
Nire ikasgelan bada neskato bat, Matilda Wordsworth izenekoa. Hasi zen esaten honei andereñoa.
Herriko Wordsworth motorrak dendako jabearen alaba da, esan zuen Printze andereñoak sankaka. Ia inoiz ez zuen ahots normalez hitz egiten.
Zaunkaka hitz egiten zuen edo garrasi egiten zuen. Pertsona jatorra. Wordsworth jaun hori jarraitu zuen esaten atzo bertan izan nintzen han. Auto bat saldu zidan ia berria. 10.000 kilometro baino ez ditu.
Lehenengo jabea emakume zahar bat zen. Autoa gehienez
urtean behin bakarrik erabiltzen zuena, mauka eder, bai, gustatu zitzaidan, Warburg jauna. Gure gizartearen benetako zutabe bat dena den. Esan zidan bere alaba zurrontzi bat dela. Begirik ez kentzeko gainetik. Eskolan noizbait txarra gertatuz gero, erruduna zion asko bere alaba dela. Oraindik ez dut mukizu hori ezagutzen, baina ikusiko du ezagutzen dudanean. Aitak esan zuen oso ume bestea dela. Ez, zuzendari Andrea, hori ez da egia, esan zuen Joni andereñoak.
Bai, Jonei andereñoa egia hutsa da are gehiago pentsatzen jarrita lepoa egingo nuke pian gaur goizean. Kristoen usaina zegoen jakina bera izan dela zigortu izango du. Ikusiko du zer itsua da ziarre neskagarri batena zalantzarik gabe. Gehien askoz zilagoak dira. Bat zapaltzen saiatzearen pareko da kolpe bat josten diozu, baina madarikatuta jada ez dago hor. Begira, Jonei andereñoa irakasle lane neskato gaizto bat, mutiko gaizto bat, baina askoz arriskutsuagoa dela. Gainera, askoz zilagoak dira zapaltzeko neskako gaizto bat zapaltzea. Eulitxar bat zapaltzen saiatzearen pareko da kolpe bat josten diozu, baina madarikatuta jada ez dago hor. Eulikaka gaizto eta nazkagarriak horize dira neskatoak pozten naiz, inoiz neskato ez zaiz. Baina noizbait izango zinen neskako zuzendari Andrea ezinbestean ez luzaroan esan zuen Truntzbon andereñoak zaunkaka irribarre behartu bat eginez berehala bihurtu nintzen emakume. Burutik jota dago pentsatu zuen Jonei andereñoak bere baitan
ganbaratik eginda.
Honei andereñoa tinko paratu zen zuzendari Andrearen aurrean. Behingoagatik ez zen kikilduko.
Esan behar dizut, zuzendari Andrea esan zuen kiratz bonba zure idazmahai azpian jarri duela uste baduzu guztiz oker zaudela.
Ni ez nago sekula oker, Joni andereñoa, baina zuzendari Andrea, haurra gaur goizean iritsi da eskolara eta ikasgelara joan da zuzenean.
Ez eztabaidatu nirekin jainkoaren ema. Dena kumea txikioren Matildatik edo dena delakoak jarri du kiratz bonba nire dule goan zalantzarik gabe eskerrik asko esateagatik.
Baina nik ez ditut esan, zuzendari Andrea. Horixe baietz, tira, zer nahi zenuen Joni andereñoa? Zergatik ari zara nire denbora alferrik galarazten?
Matildaz hitz egitera etorri naiz zuzendari Andrea hau horri buruzko gauza miresgarriak ditut esateko esan aldi ezazute ikasgelan zer gertatu berri den.
Zure gonari zu eman diola eta kuleroak erre dizkizula.
esan zuen trutxbulandereñoak, purrustaka.
Ez, esan zuen honei andereñoak, Matilda de... Matilda de nio bat da.
Agur! Bye bye!
Hitz hori esaterekin batera trutxubulan dereñoaren aurpegia gorritu eta haren gorputz osoa puztu bezala egin zen zezen iger baten zara.
Jaino bat ukatu zuen zer txatxukeria ari zara esaten. Emakumea zu ez zaude burutik sano, aitak ziurtasun osoz esan dit bere alaba gaizkile bat dela.
Haren gita oker dago zuzendari andrea ez izan inozoa honei andereñoa piztia txiki hori ordu erdiz baino ez duzu ezagutu eta aitak jaio zenetik ezagutzen du.
Baina honei andereñoak pentsatzen zuena esatea erabakia zuen eta Matilda aritmatikan egindako gauza miresgarrietako batzuk deskribatzen hasi zen.
Tira zenbaitek ikerketa taula ikasi ditu du esan zuen trutxubul andreak ezagunakaka.
Emakumea horrek ez du genio bihurtzen, loro bihurtzen du, baina zu zer badi Andrea badaki irakurtzen. Yo todos los subrayo. Yo todos los subrayo de esto. Yo todo subrayo. Yo todo esto, y esto. Nik ere bai esan zuen trutxubur. Hitz hori esatea. Lo que te toca. Nik ere bai esan zuen trutxubur andereñoak sakar. Nire uste apalean esan zuen jonei andereñoak. Matilda nire gelatik atera eta nagusienen gelara eraman beharko litzateke. 11 urtekoekin. Bai, zera esan zuen trutxubul purruz taka. Beraz, gainetik kendu nahi duzu, ezta? Andereño gaixori pasatu nahi diozu. Nagusian gelara han ere kaos gehiago eragin dezan, ezta? Ez, esan zuen Joni andereñoak. Ez da hori nire asmoa, inola ere ez. Horixe badela, oikatu zuen Truntzbul andereñoak. Bete-betean asmatu du zure plan andereño, eta erantzuna ezetz da.
Baina zuzendaria Andrea, mesedez, ez dut beste hitzik entzun nahi. Oihukatu zuen Trunchbull andereñoak eta edonola ere eskola honetan badut arau bat. Haur guztiek beren adinekoen taldea gelditu behar dute. Beren gaiztasunak edonolakoak direla ere jainko arren, ez dut 5 urteko gaizkile bat sartuko, neska mutil zaharragoekin nagusienen gelan pentsatzea ere.
Honei andereñoa han zegoen etsita erraldoi lepo postuaren aurrean. Askoz ere gauza gehiago esan nahiko lituzke, baina bazekien alferrik izango zela ahots motelez esan zuen. Tira, zure esku dago zuzendari Andrea. Horixe dagoela nire esku esan zuen Trunchbull andereñoak orroka, eta ez ahaztu andereñoa nire idazmahai azpian kiratz bonba bat jarri duen sujetxar batez ari garela. Ez du hori egin zuzendari Andrea. Horixe egin duela esan zuen Trunchbull andereñoak burun ahots eta gauza bat esango dizut, nola desiratuko nuken aspaldiko garai honetan bezala makila eta gerrikoa erabili ahal izatea. Ipurdia bero egingo nioke Matilda horri hilabete osoan eseri ezinik egongo litzateke. Honei Truntzulei andereñoak bulegotik atera zen eta nahi nola ere ez garaituta zerbait egin behar dut haur horren alde esan zuen bere baitan ez dakit baina lagusteko moduren bat aurkituko dut azkenean.
Aha. Ez bideo. Vale.
The parents. When Miss Honey emerged from the headmistress's study, most of the children were outside in the playground. Her first move was to go around to the various teachers who taught the senior class and borrow from them a number of books. Books on algebra, geometry, French, English literature, and the like. Then they shouted out Matilda and called her into the classroom. There is no point, she said, in you sitting in class doing nothing while I'm teaching the rest of from the two timetables and how to spell cat and rat and mouse. So during each lesson, I shall give you one of these textbooks to study. At the end of the lesson, you can come up to me with your questions, and if you have any, and I shall try to help you. How does that sound? Thank you, Miss Honey, Matilda said. That sounds fine. I'm sure, Miss Honey said. That will be able to get you moved into a much higher firm later on. But for the moment, the headmistress wishes you to stay where you are. Very well, Miss Honey, Matilda said. Thank you so much for getting those books for me. What a nice child she is, Miss Honey thought. I don't care what her father said about her. She seemed very quiet and gentle to me, and not a bit stuck up, spite of her brilliance. In fact, he hardly seemed aware of it. So when the class resembled, Matilda went to her desk and began to study a textbook on geometry which Miss Honey had given to her. The teacher kept half an eye on her all the time and noticed that the child very soon became deeply absorbed in the book. She never glanced up once during the entire lesson. Miss Honey, meanwhile, was making another decision. She was deciding where she would go herself and have a secret talk with Matilda's mother and father as soon as possible. She simply refused to let the matter rest where it was. The whole thing was ridiculous. She couldn't believe that the parents were totally unaware of their daughter's remarkable talents. After all, Mr. Wormwood was a successful motor car dealer, so she presumed that he was a fairly intelligent man himself. In any event, parents never underestimated the abilities of their own children, quite of the reserve. Sometimes it was well nigh impossible for a teacher to convince the proud father or mother that their beloved offspring was a complete nitwit. Miss Honey felt confident that she would have no difficulty in convincing Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood that Matilda was something very special indeed. The trouble was going to be stop them from getting overexhausted. And now Mrs. Honey's hopes began to expand even further. She started wondering whether permission might not be sought from the parents for her to give private tuition to Matilda after school. The prospect of coaching a child as bright as they appealed enormously to her professional instinct as a teacher. And suddenly she decided that she would go and talk to Miss and Mrs. Wormwood. That very evening. She would go fairly late, between 9 and 10 o'clock, when Matilda was sure to be in bed, and that is precisely what she did. Having got the address from the school records, Miss Honey set out to walk for her own home to Wormwood's house shortly after 9. She found out the house in a pleasant street where each smallish building was separated from its neighbors by a bit of garden. It was a modern brick house that could not have been cheap to buy, and the name of the gate said Cozy Knock. Nosy Cook might have been better, Miss Honey thought. She was given to playing with words in that way. She walked up the path and rang the bell, and while she stood waiting she could hear the television blaring inside. The door was opened by a small ratty-looking man with a thin ratty moustache who was wearing a sport coat that had an orange and red stripe in the material.
Yes, she said, peering out Mrs. Honey. If you were selling raffle tickets, I don't want any. I'm not, Miss Honey said. And please forgive me for butting in on you like this. I'm Matilda's teacher at school, and it's important I have a word with you and your wife. Got into trouble already, has she? Mr. Wormhood said, blocking the doorway. Well, she's your responsibility from now on. You'll have to deal with her. She's not no trouble at all, Miss Honey said. I have come with good news about her. Quite startling news, Mr. Wormhood. Do you think I might come in for a few minutes and talk to you about Matilda? We are right in the middle of watching one of our favorite programs, Mr. Wormhood said. This most inconvenient. Why don't you come back some other time? Miss Honey began to lose patience. Mr. Wormhood, she said, if you think some rodent TV program is more important than your daughter's future, then you ought not to be a parent. Why don't you switch the darn thing off and listen to me? That shocked Mr. Wormhood. He was not used to being spoken to in this way. He peered carefully at the slim, frail woman who stood so resolutely out on the porch. Oh, very well then, he snapped. Come on in and let's get over with this. Miss Honey stepped briskly inside. Mrs. Wormhood isn't going to thank you for this, the man said, and led her into the sitting room, where a large, platinum blonde woman was gazing ravenously at the TV screen. Who is this? The woman said, not looking around. Some school teacher, Mr. Wormwood said. She says that she's going to talk about Matilda. He crossed to the TV, said, and turned down the sound, but he left the picture on the screen. Don't do that, Harry, Mr. Wormwood cried out. While Willa is just about to propose Angelica. You can still watch it while we're talking, Mr. Wormwood said. This is Matilda's teacher. She said she's got sort of news to give us. My name is Jennifer Honey, Miss Honey said. How do you do, Mrs. Wormwood? Mrs. Wormwood glared at her and said, was she troubled then? Nobody invited Miss Honey to sit down, so she chose a chair and sat down anyway. This, she said, was your daughter's first day at school. We know that, Mrs. Wormwood said, ready about missing her program. Is that all you came to tell us? Miss Honey looked at the plain, plump person in the small sweat-pudding face, who was sitting across the room. What did you say? She asked. I said you chose books, and I chose books, Mrs. Wormwood said. And who's finished up the better off? Me, of course. I'm sitting pretty and in a nice house with a successful businessman, and you're left slaving away, teaching a lot of nasty children the ABC. Quite right, Sugar Plum, Mr. Wormwood said, casting a look of such simpering sloppiness at his wife. It would have made a cat sick. Miss Honey decided that if she was going to get anywhere, these people, she must not lose her temper. I haven't told you all of it yet, she said. Matilda, so far as I can gather at this early stage, is also a kind of mathematical genius. She can multiply complicated figures in her head like lightning. What's the point of when you can buy a calculator? Mr. Wormwood said. A girl doesn't get a man by being brainy, Mrs. Wormwood said. Look at the film star, for instance. She added, pointing at the silent TV screen, where a bosomy female was being embraced by a craggy actor in the moonlight. You don't think she got him to do that by multiplying figures at him, do you? Not likely. And now he's going to marry her. You see, if he doesn't, and she's going to live in a mansion with a butler of lots of maids. Miss Honey could hardly believe what she was hearing. She had heard that parents like this existed all over the place, and their children turned out to be delinquents and probouts. But was still a shock to meet a pair of them in the flesh. Matilda's trouble, she said, trying once again, in that she's so far ahead of everyone else around her that it might be worth thinking about some extra kind of private tuition. I seriously believe that she could be brought up to the university standard in 2 or 3 years with the proper coaching. University? Mr. Wormwood shouted, bouncing up in his chair. Who wants to go to the university? For heaven's sake. All they learn there is bad habits. That's not true, Miss Honey said. If you had a heart attack this minute and had to call a doctor, that doctor would be a university graduate. If you got sued for selling someone a rodent second-hand car, you have to get a lawyer and he'll be university graduate too. Do not despise clever people, Mr. Wormwood said. But I can see we're not going to agree. I'm sorry, I burst in you like this. Miss Honey rose from her chair and walked out of the room. Mr. Wormwood followed her to the front door and said, Good of you to come, Miss Hawkes. Or is it Miss Harris? It's neither, Miss Honey said, but let it go. And away she went.
Throwing the hammer. The nice thing about Matilda was that if you had met her casually and told to her, you would have thought she was a perfectly normal 5.5-year-old child. She displayed almost no outdoors sign of her brilliance, and she never showed off. This is a very sensible and quiet little girl, you would have said to yourself. And unless for some reason you have started a discussion with her about literature or mathematics, you would never have known the extent of her brain power. It was therefore easy for Matilda to make friends with other children. All those in her class liked her. They knew, of course, that she was clever, because they had heard her being questioned by Miss Honey on the first day of term. And they knew also that she was allowed to sit quietly with a book during lesson and not pay attention to the teacher. But children of their age do not search deeply for reason. They are far too wrapped up in their own small struggles to worry overmuch about what others are doing and why. Among Matilda's new-found friend was the girl called Lavender. Right from the first day of term, the two of them started wandering around together during the morning break and in the lunch hour. Lavender was exceptionally small for the age, a skinny little nymph with deep brown eyes and with dark hair that was cut in a fringe across the forehead. Matilda liked her because she was gutsy and adventurous. She liked Matilda for exactly the same reason. Before the first week of term was up, a whistle test about Headmistress Miss Trocker began to filter through the newcomers. Matilda and Lavender, standing in a corner of playground during the morning break on the third day, were approached by a rugged 10 years old with a boil on her nose, called Hortensia. Nearest home, I suppose, Hortensia said to them, looking down from her great height. She was eating from an extra-large bag of potato crisps and dyeing the stuff of in a halbus. Welcome to Boston, she added, spraying beads, crisps or her mouth like snowflakes. The two tiny ones, comforted by this kind, kept a watchful silence. Have you met a troubled wet? Hortensia asked. We've seen her at prayers, Lavender said, but we haven't met her. You have got a treat coming to you, Hortensia said. She hates very small children. She therefore lotters the bomb, crash and everyone in it. She thinks 5 years old are grabs that they haven't yet hatched out. He went another fistful of creeps and went to the spoke again outspread the crumbs. If you survive your first year, you may just manage to live through the rest of your time here. But may don't survive. They get cry out of the stature screaming. I've seen it often. Hortensia paused to observe to expect the remarks. We're having on to teach not very much. The same pretty cool, so the lads on the side to regulate them with the future information. I suppose you know the Trumbull has a looked up cupboard in her private quarters called the Choky. Have you heard about the Choky? Matilda and Lavender shook their heads and continued to gaze up at the giant. Being very small, they were inclined to mistroop any creature that was large, and there were especially senior girls. The Chucky Hortensia went on. It's a very tall but very narrow cardboard. The floor is only 10 inches square, so you can't sit down on a square in it. You have to stand, and three of the walls are made of cement with bits of broken glass sticky out all over, so you can lean against them. You have to stand more or less attention all time when you go locked up in there. It's terrible. Can you lean against the door? Matilda asked. Don't be daft, Hortensia said. The door's got thousands of sharp, spitty nails sticking out of it. They have been murdered through when I mean hundred through from the outside, probably by the Trumbull herself. Have you ever been in there? Lavender asked. My first time, it was there 6 times, Hortensia said. Twice for a whole day and the other times for 2 hours each. But 2 hours is quite bad enough. It's quite dark and you have to stand up dead straight, and if you walk at all, you get spiked either by the glass on the walls or the nails on the door. Why were you put in? Matilda asked. What had you done? The first time, Hortensia said. I poured half a tin of golden spirit on the seat of the chair the Trumbull was going on to sit on at the players. It was wonderful. When she lowered herself into the chair, there was a loud squelching noise similar to that may be a happy mouse when they lowered its foot into the mud on the banks of the Limpos River. What were too small and sput to have read? The Jazz story, aren't you? I have read them, Matilda said. You're a liar, Hortensia said amiably. You can't even read yet. But no matter. You went. So when you Trocra sat down on the golden syrup, the sketch was beautiful. And when she jumped up again, the chair sort of stuck to sit of those awful green braids to wears and came up with her for a few seconds until the thick syrup slowing came stuck. Then she clasped her hands to the seat of their breeches and both hands got covered in mud. You should have heard her below. But how did she know it was you? Lavender asked. A little scared called Oliver Boxwhite. A snake on me, Hortensia said. I know he's from teeth out. And the transport put you in the cockle for a whole day, Matilda asked, gulping. All day long, Hortensia said. I was off of rocker when she let me out. It was blabbing like an idiot. What were the other things you did to get put in the chocolate? Lavender asked. Oh, I can't remember them all, Hortensia said. She spoke with the air of an old warrior who was been in so many battles that battery has become commonplace. It's also long hates, she added, stuffing more crisps into her mouth. Oh yes, I can remember one. Here's what happened. I chose a time when I knew that the tremble was out of a way teaching a sixth formers, and I put up my hand and I asked to go to the box. But instead of going there, I snaked into the Tramble's room, and after a speedy search, I found a drawer where she kept all her gym sneakers. Go on, Matilda said, spellbound. What happened next? I had spent away by post, you see. I have I have sent away by post. You see, for this ever powerful, its power, Hortensia said. It cost 50 pence a packet and was called the skin shorts. The label said it was made from powdered teeth of deadly snakes, and it was guaranteed to reach well the size of walnuts on your skin. So I sprinkled this stuff inside every pair of sneakers and I drew them to the folded them up again carefully. Hortensia paused to cram more crisps into her mouth. Did it work? Lavender asked. Well, Hortensia said. A few days later, during prayers, the tremble suddenly started scratching herself like mad down below. Aha! I said to myself. Here we go. She's singing for Jim already. It was pretty wonderful to be sitting there watching it all and knowing that I was the only person in the whole school realized exactly what was going on inside the transport pants. And I felt safe, too. I knew I couldn't be caught. Then the scratching got worse. She couldn't stop. She must have thought she had a wasp's nest down there. And then, right in the middle of the Lord's prayers, she leapt up and gave her bottom on the rusher out of the room. Both Matilda and Laver were enthralled. It was quite clear to them that they were at this moment standing in the pairs of master. Here was somebody who had brought the art of plunder to the highest point of perfection. Nobody moreover, who was willing to risk life and limb in pursuit of calling. They gazed in wonder at this goddess, and suddenly even the boil on her nose had no longer brandished the bat, of course. But how did she catch you that time? Lavender asked, breathless with wonder. She didn't, Hortensia said. But I got a day on the chocolate just the same. Why? They both asked. The Trambler, Hortensia said, has a nasty habit of guessing. When she doesn't know who the crap it is, she makes a guess at it. And the trouble isn't often right. I was the prime suspect this time because of the golden syrup job. And although I knew she didn't have any proof, nothing I said made difference. I keep shouting. How could I have done, Mr. Trouble? I didn't even know you kept a spare sneakers at school. I don't even know what teaching powers is. I have never heard of it. But the lying didn't help me in spite of great performance I put on. The Tremble simply grabbed me by one ear and rusted me the jockey at the double at the threw me inside and locked the door. That was my second all day straight. It was absolute torture. It was spiked and cut all over when I came out. It's like a war, Matilda said, overwhelmed. You're darn right, it's like a war, Hortensia cried. And these casualties are terrific. We are the Crusaders, the gallant army fighting for our lives, with hardly and weapons at all, and the trembler is prince of darkness, the fall splinter, the fire dragons with all the weapons of the command. It's thought life. We all, we all try to support each other. You can rely on us, Lavender said, making her head of 3 feet 2 inches scratch as the possible. No, I can't, Hortensia said. You are only experienced. But you never know. You may find you you may find a use for one day in some undercover job. Tell us just a little bit more about what she does, Matilda said. Please do. I mustn't frighten frighten you before you have been here a week, Hortensia said. You won't, Lavender said. We may be small, but we are quite tall. Listen to this then, Hortensia said. Only yesterday the landlord caught a boy called Julius Radcliffe eating liquidors also during the script lesson, and they simply picked him by one arm and flung him clear out of the open classroom window. Our classroom is one of the floor up, and we said Julius rottenly goes sailing out over the garden like a frisbee and landing with a thumb in the middle of the lettuces. Then the tremble turned to us and said, From now on, anybody caught eating in class goes straight out the window. Did this Julian road night break any bones? Lavender asked. Only a few, Hortensia said. You have got to remember that the tremble once threw the hammer for Britain in the Olympics, so she's very proud of her right arm. What's throwing the hammer? Lavender asked. The hammer, Hortensia said, is actually a rudely great cannonball on the end of the lonely bit of fire. And there are throw whisk is round and round. These are her head faster and faster, and then let it go. You have to be terrifically strong. The scramble will throw anything around just to keep her arm in, especially children. Good heavens, Lavender said. I once heard her say, Hortensia went on, that a large boy is about the same weight as an Olympic hammer, and therefore he is very useful for practicing with. At that point, something strange happened. The playground, which up to then had been filled with shriekers and the shouting of children at play, all at once became silent as the grave. Watch out, Hortensia.
Bruce, Bog Trotter y la tarta. ¿Cómo no le hacen nada?, le dijo Lavender a Matilda. Sin duda, los niños se lo cuentan a sus padres. En casa yo estoy segura de que mi padre armaría en un escándalo. Si le dijera que la directora me ha agarrado por el pelo y me ha lanzado por encima de la cerca del patio. No lo haría, dijo Matilda, y te voy a decir por qué. Sencillamente porque no te creería. Claro que me creería. No, dijo Matilda, la razón está clara. Tu historia resultaría demasiado ridícula para creerla. Ese es el gran secreto de Trunchbull. ¿Cuál? Preguntó Lavander. No hacer nunca nada a medias si quieres salirte con la tuya. Ser extravagante, poner toda la carne en el asador. Estoy segura de que todo lo que haces está completamente disparatado, que resulta increíble. Ningún padre se creería la historia de las coletas aunque pasara 1.000.000 de años. Los míos, desde luego, no. Me llamarían embustera. En ese caso, dijo Lavander, la madre de Amanda no le va a cortar las coletas.
No, claro que no, dijo Matilda. Será Amanda la que se las corte. Ya lo verás. ¿Es que está loca? Preguntó Lavander. ¿Quién? La Trunchbull. No, yo no creo que esté loca, dijo Matilda. Pero es muy peligrosa. Estar en la escuela es como estar con una cobra dentro de una jaula. Hay que tener mucho cuidado. Al día siguiente, sin ir más lejos, tuvieron otro ejemplo de lo peligrosa que podía resultar la directora. Durante el almuerzo se anunció que al terminar se reunirían todos en el salón de actos. Cuando los 250 chicos y chicas estuvieron sentados en el salón, la Trunchbull se dirigió al estrado. No iba con ningún otro profesor. Llevaba una fusta en la mano derecha. Se plantó en el centro del estrado con sus pantalones verdes y las piernas separadas, mirando airadamente al mar de rostros levantados hacia ella. ¿Qué va a pasar?, le susurró Lavander. No lo sé, contestó Matilda, también susurrando. Los alumnos guardaban a ver qué iba a suceder. Bruce Bogtrotter, vociferó de repente la Trunchbull. ¿Dónde está Bruce Bogtrotter? De entre los niños sentados se alzó aún una mano. Ven aquí, gritó la Trunchbull, y espabilate. Se levantó un chico de 11 años, alto y regordete, y se acercó, contoneándose a buen paso. Ponte allí, ordenó la Trunchbull, señalando el sitio con un dedo. El chico se quedó a un lado. Parecía nervioso. Sabía de sobra que no estaba allí para recibir un premio. Miraba a la directora con ojos cautelosos y se fue alejando de ella poco a poco, con ligeros movimientos de los pies, como lo haría una rata de un perro que estuviera observándola desde otro extremo de la habitación.
El temor y la apresión había vuelto su cara regordeta y gris. Llevaba las medias caídas sobre los tobillos. Este cretino, bramó la directora, dirigiendo la fusta hacia él como si fuera un estoque. Esta espinilla, este antras es asqueroso, esta pústula venenosa que veis ante vosotros no es más que un repugnante criminal, un habitante de la mafia. ¿Quién, yo?, dijo Bruce Bogtrotter, totalmente desconcertado. Un ladrón, gritó la Trunchbull, un timador, un pirata, un bribón, un cuatrero. Nada de eso, dijo el chico. Quiero decir que eso no es cierto, señora directora. ¿Lo niegas, miserable sabandija? ¿No te declaras culpable? No sé qué quiere usted decir, dijo el chico más desconcertado que nunca. Ya te diré yo lo que quiero decir, ampolla purulenta, gritó la Trunchbull. Ayer por la mañana, durante el recreo, te deslizaste como una serpiente en la cocina y robaste un trozo de tarta de chocolate de mi bandeja del té. Esa bandeja había sido preparada personalmente para mí, por la cocinera. Era mi desayuno, y por lo que respecta a la tarta, era mía. No era una tarta para niños. ¿Crees por casualidad que me voy a comer yo la porquería que os doy a vosotros? Esa tarta estaba hecha con mantequilla y crema de verdad. Y él, ese bandido, ese atracador de caja de caudales, ese salteador de caminos, entró allí con los calcetines en los tobillos, la ropa la robó y se la comió. Yo no lo hice, exclamó el chico, palideciendo. No me mientas, Brock Trotter, gritó la Trunchbull. Te vio la cocinera, es más, te vio comértela. La Trunchbull hizo un pause para limpiarse un poco de espuma de la boca. Cuando volvió a hablar, su voz era repentinamente más suave, más tranquila, más amistosa, y se inclinó hacia el chico sonriendo.
¿Te gusta mi tarta especial de chocolate? ¿No, Brock Trotter? Es buena y deliciosa, ¿no? Muy buena, murmuró el chico sin poderlo evitar. Tienes razón, dijo la Trunchbull. Es muy buena. Por eso creo que deberías felicitar a la cocinera. Cuando un caballero come especialmente bien, felicita al chef. ¿Tú no sabías eso? ¿No, Brock Trotter? Lo que se mueven en el bajo mundo no se distinguen por sus buenas maneras. El chico permanecía callado. ¡Cocinera!, llamó la Trunchbull, volviendo la cabeza hacia la puerta. ¡Venga aquí, cocinera! Brock Trotter quiere decirle lo buena que es su tarta de chocolate. La cocinera, una mujer alta y arrugada con aspecto de que la hubieran secado hacía tiempo en un horno de acerco al estrado, llevando puesto un sucio delantal blanco Su entrada había sido claramente preparada, con antelación por la directora. Vamos, Brock Trotter, bramó la Trunchbull. Dígale a la cocinera lo que piensa de su tarta de chocolate. Muy buena, murmuró el chico. Se notaba que empezaba a preguntarse dónde conduciría todo aquello. Lo único que sabía seguro era que la ley prohibía que la Trunchbull le azotara con la fusta con la que no cesaba de darle golpecitos en el muslo. Eso era un pequeño consuelo, pero no mucho, porque las relaciones de la Trunchbull eran totalmente imprevisibles. Nunca se sabía lo que iba a hacer a continuación. Ya lo ve, cocinera, afirmó sarcásticamente la Trunchbull. A Brock Trotter le gusta su tarta. Adora sus tartas. ¿Tiene usted más tarta para él? Claro que sí, dijo la cocinera. Parecía haberse aprendido su papel de memoria. Entonces vaya y tráigala. Y traiga un cuchillo para partirla.
La cocinera desapareció. Regresó casi al instante, tambaleándose bajo el peso de una enorme tarta redonda de chocolate en una fuente de porcelana. La tarta tenía fácilmente 45 centímetros de diámetro y estaba recubierta de chocolate glaseado. Póngala en la mesa, ordenó la Trunchbull. En el centro del estrado había una pequeña mesa con una silla a su lado. La cocinera dejó cuidadosamente la tarta en la mesa. Siéntate, Brock Trotter, dijo la Trunchbull. Siéntate ahí. El chico se acercó con precaución a la mesa y se sentó. Contempló la gigantesca tarta. Ahí la tienes, Bogtrotter, continuó la Trunchbull, con voz de nuevo suave, persuasiva, incluso amable. Es toda tuya, toda entera. ¿Cómo te gustó tanto ese trozo que te comiste ayer? Le ordené a la cocinera que hiciera una extraordinariamente grande solo para ti. Bien, muchas gracias, dijo el chico completamente perplejo. Dale las gracias a la cocinera, no a mí, indicó la Trunchbull.
Gracias, cocinera, repitió el chico. La cocinera permanecía allí como un cordón seco. Callada, implacable, desaprobadora, parecía que tuviera la boca llena de zumo de limón. Adelante, pues, dijo la Trunchbull. ¿Por qué no cortas un buen trozo y te lo comes? ¿Qué, ahora? Preguntó el chico cautelosamente. Sabía que había alguna trampa en algún sitio, pero no sabía dónde. ¿No podría llevármela a casa? Eso sería una descortesía, dijo la Trunchbull sonriendo retorcidamente. Tienes que mostrarle a la cocinera lo que le agradeces las molestias que se ha tomado. El chico no se movió. Venga, hazlo, ordenó la Trunchbull. Corta un trozo y pruébalo. No disponemos de todo el día. El chico agarró el cuchillo y estaba a punto de hundirlo en la tarta cuando se detuvo. Contempló la tarta, luego miró a la Trunchbull y a continuación a la experta cocinera de rostro avinagrado. Los niños del salón contemplaban la escena nerviosamente, esperando que sucediera algo. Estaban seguros de que tenía que suceder. La Trunchbull no era una persona que le diera una tarta de chocolate para que se la comiera solo por amabilidad. Muchos pensaban que debía estar llena de pimiento picante o aceite de riquino o cualquier otra sustancia de sabor desagradable que hubiera hecho vomitar violentamente al chico. Podría ser incluso arsénico y hubiera muerto en el plazo de 10 segundos, o quizás se tratara de una tarta bomba y explotara en el momento de partirla, haciendo volar a Bruce Bogtrotter. En la escuela nadie dudaba que la Trunchbull era capaz de hacer cualquiera de esas cosas.
No me apetece comerla, dijo el chico. Pruébala, mocoso, exigió la Trunchbull. Estás ofendiendo a la cocinera. El chico comenzó a partir un trozo pequeño de la enorme tarta. Separó el trozo, dejó el cuchillo y cogió con los dedos el trozo pegajoso y comenzó a comérselo muy lentamente. ¿Está buena, no?, preguntó la Trunchbull. Muy buena, dijo el chico, saboreando y tragando. Se terminó el trozo. Toma otro, dijo la Trunchbull. Es bastante, gracias, murmuró el chico. He dicho que tomes otro, ordenó la Trunchbull con tono totalmente brusco ahora. Cómete otro trozo, haz lo que te digo. No me apetece otro trozo, se quejó el chico. Explotó la Trunchbull. ¡Come!, gritó golpeándose el muslo con la fusta. Si te digo que comas, come. ¿Querías tarta? ¿Robaste tarta? Ahora ya tienes tarta. Y lo que es más, te la vas a comer. No vas a abandonar este estrado y nadie se va a marchar de este salón hasta que te hayas comido toda la tarta que tienes delante de ti. ¿He hablado claro, Bogtrotter? ¿Entiendes lo que te quiero decir? El chico miró a la Trunchbull, luego bajó la vista a la enorme tarta. ¡Come, come, come!, gritó la Trunchbull. El chico cortó muy lentamente un trozo de tarta y comenzó a comérselo. Matilda estaba fascinada. ¿Crees que lo hará?, preguntó en voz baja a la Vender. No, le respondió la Vender. Es imposible, estará enfermo antes de llegar a la mitad.
El chico seguía en lo suyo. Cuando hubo terminado el segundo trozo, miró dubitativo a la Trunchbull. ¡Come!, gritó ella. Los ladronzuelos glotones a los que les gusta comer tarta deben tener tarta.
Come más rápido, muchacho. Come más rápido. No queremos estar aquí todo el día. Y no pares como estás haciendo ahora. La primera vez que te pares, antes de terminar, irás derecho a la ratonera. Cerraré la puerta y tiraré las llaves a la alcantarilla. El chico cortó un tercer trozo y comenzó a comérselo. Terminó antes que los otros dos y al acabar cogió inmediatamente el cuchillo y cortó otro trozo. De forma extraña parecía ir cogiendo el ritmo. Matilda, que observaba atentamente la escena, no apreció aún signos de angustia en el chico. Si acaso parecía ir adquiriendo confiar mientras proseguía. Lo está haciendo bien, murmuró Matilda. Pronto estará enfermo, susurró a su vez la verde. Va a ser horrible. Cuando se hubo comido la mitad de la enorme tarta, Bruce Brocktrotter se detuvo un par de segundos e hizo varias inspiraciones profundas. La Trunchbull permanecía en pie con las manos en las caderas, mirándole airadamente. ¡Sigue!, gritó. ¡Acábatela!
De repente, el chico dejó escapar un tremendo eructo que resonó en el salón de actos como un trueno. Muchos de los espectadores se rieron. ¡Silencio!, gritó la Trunchbull. El chico cortó otro grueso trozo y comenzó a comérselo rápidamente. Aún no mostraba signos de decaimiento o de querer abandonar. Realmente no parecía que estuviera a punto de detenerse y gritar: no puedo comer más, me voy a poner enfermo. Aún seguía en combate. Se estaba produciendo un sutil cambio en los 250 niños que presenciaban la escena. Hasta entonces habían previsto un inevitable desastre. Se habían preparado para una escena desagradable en la que el desdichado chico atiborrado de la tarta de chocolate tendría que rendirse y suplicar perdón, y entonces vería a la triunfante Trunchbull obligando al jadeante muchacho a engullir más trozos de tarta. Nada de eso. Bruce Brocktrotter se había tomado ya 3/4 partes y aún seguía bien. Podía pensarse que casi estaba empezando a disfrutar. Tenía que escalar una montaña y estaba decidiendo a alcanzar la cima o a morir en el empeño. Es más, sabía... Uy.
Nada de eso, Bruce Brocktrotter. Se había tomado ya 3/4 partes y aún seguía bien. Podría pensarse que casi estaba empezando a disfrutar. Tenía que escalar una montaña y estaba decidido a alcanzar la cima o a morir en el empeño. Es más, se había dado cuenta de los espectadores y de que silenciosamente todos estaban de su parte. Aquello era nada menos que una batalla entre él y la todopoderosa Trunchbull. De pronto alguien gritó: ¡Vamos, Brucey! ¡Lo puedes conseguir! La Trunchbull se volvió y rugió. ¡Silencio! ¡Silencio! El auditorio observa atentamente. Estaba cautivado por la contienda. Deseaban empezar a animar, pero no se atrevían. Creo que lo va a conseguir, susurró Matilda. Yo también lo creo, respondió en voz baja la Vende. Nunca hubiera creído que alguien pudiera comerse una tarta de ese tamaño. La Trunchbull tampoco se la cree, susurró Matilda. Mírala, se está volviendo cada vez más roja. Si vence, él lo va a matar.
El chico iba más despacio ahora, no había duda de ello, pero seguía comiendo tarta con la tenaz perseverancia del corredor del fondo que había avistado la meta y sabe que tiene que seguir corriendo. Cuando engulló el último bocado, estalló un tremendo clamor en el auditorio y los niños empezaron a dar más saltos de alegría y a vitorear, a aplaudir y gritar. ¡Bien hecho, Brucier! ¡Muy bien, Brucier! ¡Has ganado una medalla de oro, Brucier! La Trunchbull permanecía totalmente inmóvil en el estrado. Su rostro de caballo había adquirido el color de la lava fundida y sus ojos fulguraban de rabia. Miró a Bruce Brog-Trotter y que seguía sentado en su silla como un enorme gusano. Aito, repleto, comatoso, incapaz de moverse o de hablar. Una delgada capa de sudor adornaba su frente, pero en su rostro se reflejaba una sonrisa de triunfo.
De repente, la Trunchbull se acercó y cogió la fuente de porcelana vacía que había contenido la tarta. La levantó todo lo que pudo y la dejó caer de golpe en todo lo alto de la cabeza del desdichado. Bruce Bogtrotter y sus trozos se desparramaron por el suelo del estrado. El chico estaba tan atiborrado de tarta que era casi como un saco de cemento húmedo y no le hubiera hecho daño ni un mazo de hierro. Se limitó a mover la cabeza unas cuantas veces y siguió sonriendo. «¡Vete al diablo!», dijo airadamente la Trunchbull y se marchó del estrado, seguida de cerca por la cocinera.
La Vender. A mitad de la primera semana del primer curso de Matilda, la señorita Honey dijo a sus alumnos: «Tengo noticias importantes para vosotros, así que escuchad atentamente. Tú también, Matilda. Deja ese libro un momento y atiende». Se alzaron rostros expectantes y prestaron atención. La directora tiene por costumbre, prosiguió diciendo a la señorita Honey, hacerse cargo de la clase un rato todas las semanas. Esto lo realiza con todas las clases de la escuela y cada clase tiene fijado un día y una hora. A la nuestra le corresponde los jueves a las 2 de la tarde, inmediatamente después del almuerzo. Así pues, mañana a las 2 en punto, la señorita Trunchbull me sustituirá durante una clase. Yo, naturalmente, estaré también aquí, pero solo como testigo mudo. ¿Lo habéis entendido? Sí, señorita Honey, respondieron a coro. Un aviso para todos, dijo la señorita Honey. La directora es muy estricta. Procurad que vuestras ropas, caras y manos estén limpias. Hablad solo cuando se os hable. Cuando os pregunte algo, poneos inmediatamente de pie, antes de contestar. No discutáis nunca con ella, ni le llevéis la contraria. Tampoco tratéis de ser gracioso. Si lo hacéis, haréis que se enfade, y cuando la directora se enfada, es mejor ponerse en guardia. Y que lo diga, murmuró la vender. Estoy segura, dijo la señorita Honey, de que os preguntará sobre lo que habéis aprendido esta semana, que es la tabla de multiplicar por 2, así que os aviso seriamente de que os la apoyéis esta noche cuando vayáis a la casa. Repasadla con vuestro padre o vuestra madre. ¿Qué más nos preguntará?, preguntó alguien. Os hará deletrear, dijo la señorita Honey. Procurad recordar todo lo que habéis aprendido estos días. Y una cosa más, cuando viene la directora tiene que haber en la mesa una jarra de agua y un vaso. Nunca da una clase sin eso. ¿Quién se va a ocupar de ello? Yo, dijo la vender al instante. Muy bien, la vender, dijo la señorita Honey. Tu trabajo consistirá en ir a la cocina, coger la jarra y llenarla de agua, y luego dejarla sobre la mesa junto con un vaso vacío, limpio, poco antes de que empiece la clase. ¿Y si no hay ninguna jarra en la cocina?, preguntó la vender. En la cocina hay una docena de jarras y vasos para la directora, dijo la señorita Honey. Se utilizan en toda la escuela. No lo olvidaré, dijo la vender. Se lo aseguro. La mente intrigante de la vender estaba dándole vueltas a las posibilidades que le ofrecía aquella tarea de la jarra de agua. Anhelaba poder hacer algo heroico. Admiraba enormemente a Hortensia por las valientes proezas que había realizado en la escuela. Admiraba también a Matilda, que le había contado con la promesa de no decir nada del asunto del loro, así como el cambio de tónico capilar con el que había aclarado el pelo de su padre. Ahora era su turno de convertirse en heroína siempre que se le ocurriera un plan brillante.
Esa tarde, en el trayecto de la escuela a su casa, comenzó a barajar las distintas posibilidades, y cuando por fin se le ocurrió el germen de lo que podía ser una gran idea, empezó a darle vueltas y trazó sus planes con el mismo cuidado que puso el duque Wiggelton. Antes de la batalla de Waterloo, cierto es que el enemigo no era en este caso Napoleón, pero no había nadie en la escuela que admitiera que la directora era un adversario menos temible que el famoso general francés. La vender se dijo que tendría que realizarlo con una gran habilidad y guardar el secreto si quería salir con vida de aquella empresa. Al fondo del jardín de la casa de la vender había una charca fangosa en la que vivía una colonia de salamandras acuáticas. Estos animales, aunque muy corrientes en las charcas y las lagunas inglesas, no son muy conocidos por la gente normal, pues son tímidos y prefieren la oscuridad. La salamandra acuática es un animal horrendo, increíblemente feo, pareciendo a una cría de cocodrilo, solo que con la cabeza más corta. Aunque no lo parece, es inofensivo. Mide unos 15 centímetros de largo y es viscoso, con la piel de corlos gris verdoso por arriba y anaranjado en el vientre. Es en realidad un mamífero, aunque puede vivir tanto dentro como fuera del agua. Esa tarde, la vender se dirigió al jardín, decidida a cazar unas salamandras. Son animales que se mueven velozmente y por tanto difíciles de capturar. Estuvo sentada un buen rato en la orilla, aguardando a ver una grande, luego sumergiendo con rapidez el sombrero del colegio a modo de red. Capturó una. Había rellenado su estuche con plantillas de la charca para colocar en él a la salamandra, pero descubrió que no era fácil sacar el animal del sombrero y meterlo allí. Se retorcía y se le ocurría entre manos como el mercurio. Y aparte de eso, entraba muy justa en el estuche. Cuando por fin logró meterla, tuvo que tener cuidado para no pillarle la cola, correr la tapa. Un chico vecino de ella, llamado Rupert Struder, le había dicho que si le cortaba la cola a una salamandra, la cola seguía viva y se acababa transformando en otra salamandra 10 veces mayor que la primera. Podía llegar a ser del tamaño de un caimán. Lavender no creía eso en absoluto, pero no quería correr el riesgo de que lo fuera finalmente. Se le arregló para correr la tapa y la salamandra fue suya. Luego abrió un poquito la tapa para que el animal pudiera respirar. Al día siguiente llevó su arma secreta a la escuela, en la mochila. Temblaba de emoción. Deseaba contarle a Matilda su plan de batalla. La verdad es que le hubiera gustado contárselo a toda la clase, pero por último decidió no decírselo a nadie. Así sería mejor, aunque torturaran a alguien ferozmente. No podía echarle la culpa a ella. Llegó la hora del almuerzo. Ese día pusieron el plato preferido de Lavender, salchichas y alubias estofadas, pero apenas pudo comer. ¿Te encuentras bien, Lavender?, le preguntó la señorita Honey desde la cabecera de la mesa. He desayunado mucho, respondió Lavender, y no puedo comer nada. Inmediatamente después del almuerzo se dirigió a la cocina y buscó de las famosas jarras de la Trunchbull. Era grande y ventruda, de la loza esmaltada de azul. La llenó de agua hasta la mitad y la llevó junto con un vaso a la clase, donde la colocó sobre la mesa de la profesora. La clase estaba aún desierta. Rápida como un rayo, sacó el estuche de la mochila y abrió la tapa. Un poquito, la salamandra estaba bastante tranquila. Situó el estuche con cuidado encima del cuello de la jarra. Corrió del todo la tapa y volcó la salamandra. Dentro de la jarra se escuchó un chapuzón al caer al agua y se agitó unos segundos antes de quedarse quieta. Luego, para que la salamandra se encontrara más en su elemento, volcó dentro de la jarra las plantillas que había colocado en el estuche. La hazaña ya estaba hecha. Todo estaba listo. Lavender metió sus lápices en el estuche, que estaba algo húmedo, y lo dejó a su sitio habitual, en su pupitre. Luego salió de la clase y se reunió con los demás en el patio del recreo, hasta que llegó la hora de empezar la clase.
A las 2 en punto se reunió la clase, incluida la señorita Honey, que vio que la jarra de agua y el vaso estaban en su sitio. Se situó al fondo de la clase. Todos aguardaban. De pronto hizo su entrada con aire marcial la gigantesca figura de la directora, con su guardapolvo ceñido a la cintura y sus pantalones verdes. «Buenas tardes, niños», dijo con voz potente. «Buenas tardes, señorita Transwood», respondieron los niños a coro. La directora se situó enfrente de los alumnos con las piernas abiertas y las manos en las caderas, mirando desabridamente a los pequeños que permanecían sentados nerviosos en sus pupitres. «No es un espectáculo muy bonito», dijo. Su expresión era de profundo disgusto, como si estuviera contemplando la inmundicia que hubiera podido dejar un perro en el suelo. Sois una puña de nauseabudas verrugas. Todos tuvieron el buen sentido de permanecer callados. Me da náuseas pensar, prosiguió, que durante los próximos 6 años voy a tener que ocuparme de un atajo de inútiles como vosotros. Ya veo que tendré que expulsar lo antes posible a muchos de vosotros para no volverme loca. Hizo una pausa y resopló varias veces. Producía sonido curioso. Era el mismo que puedes escucharse en una cuadra cuando se da de comer a los caballos. Supongo que prosiguió que vuestras madres y vuestros padres os dirán que sois maravillosos. Pues bien, yo estoy aquí para deciros lo contrario, y haríais bien en creerme. Poneos en pie. Todos se incorporaron rápidamente. Ahora extended las manos. Cuando yo pase delante de vosotros, quiero que las volváis para ver si están limpias por ambos lados. La Transburg inició un lento recorrido entre las filas de pupitres, inspeccionando las manos. Todo fue bien hasta que las filas de pupitres inspeccionando las manos. Todo fue bien hasta que llegó un niño de la segunda fila. ¿Cómo te llamas?, le preguntó con voz potente. Nigel, respondió el niño. ¿Nigel qué? Nigel Wiss, dijo el niño. ¿Nigel Wiss qué? Vociferó la Transburg. Lo dijo con voz tan potente que casi hizo volar al pequeño por la ventana. Eso es todo, dijo Nigel. A menos que quieras también mi segundo apellido. Era un pequeñajo valiente y se notaba procuraba no dejarse amedrentar por el monstruo que se inclinaba sobre él. No quiero tu segundo apellido, imbécil, vociferó el monstruo. ¿Cómo me llamo yo? Señorita Transburg, dijo Nigel. Entonces úsalo cuando te dirijas a mí. Ahora intentemos de nuevo. ¿Cómo te llamas? Nigel Hiss. Señorita Transburg, respondió Nigel. Así está mejor, dijo la señorita Transburg. Tus manos están sucias, Nigel. ¿Cuándo te las has lavado por última vez? Bueno, no sé, déjame pensar, dijo Nigel. Es difícil recordarlo exactamente. Puede que fuese ayer o quizá de ayer. El cuerpo y el rostro de Transburg dieron la impresión de que los hinchaban con una bomba de bicicleta.
Oye, aquí. Esto es el gatito. Abstenéis. Lo sabía, rugió en cuanto te eché el ojo encima. Supe que no eras más que un trozo de inmundicia. ¿Qué es tu padre? Se dedica a limpiar cloacas. Es médico, dijo Nigel. Y bastante bueno. Dice que como de todas formas estamos llenos de bacterias, un poco más de suciedad no mata a nadie. Me alegro de que no sea mi médico, dijo Transvaal. ¿Y por qué ahí sí puede saberse una alubia en tu camisa? Hemos comido alubias para almorzar, señorita Transvaal. ¿Y normalmente te echas el almuerzo en la camisa, Nigel? ¿Es eso lo que te ha enseñado ese médico tan famoso que tienes por padre? Las alubias son difíciles de comer, señorita Transvaal. Se me caen del tenedor. ¡Eres asqueroso!, rugió Transvaal. Es una fábrica andante de gérmenes. No quiero verte más hoy. Vete al rincón y ponte de tu cara a la pared, apoyado en una pierna. Pero sin Transvaal, no discutas conmigo, muchacho, o tendrás que ponerte boca abajo. Haz lo que yo te digo. Nigel obedeció. Quédate así mientras compruebo cómo deletreas para ver si has aprendido algo esta semana. ¡No vuelvas! Tu desagradable cara de la pared. Deletrea la palabra errar. ¿A qué se refiere?, preguntó Nigel. ¿A lo que se hace a los caballos o a qué equivocarse? Resulta niño inusualmente despierto y su madre había trabajado con él en su casa deletrando y leyendo. Lo de los caballos, estúpido. Nigel deletreó la palabra correctamente, lo que sorprendió a la Transvaal, que pensaba que le había propuesto una palabra con truco que seguramente no habría aprendido aún, lo que le sentó muy mal. Nigel, haciendo equilibrios sobre una pierna y de cara a la pared, dijo: La señorita Honey nos enseñó ayer una palabra muy difícil. ¿Y qué palabra es esa?, preguntó amablemente la Transvaal. Cuando más amable era su tono de voz, mayor era el peligro, pero Nigel no tenía por qué saberlo. Dificultad, respondió Nigel. Ahora todos sabemos deletrear dificultad. ¡Qué tonterías!, dijo Transvaal. No está previsto que aprendáis palabras largas hasta que no tengáis 8 o 9 años. Y no me digas que en esta clase sabéis deletrear esa palabra. ¡Me estás mintiendo, Nigel! Pregúntale a cualquiera, dijo Nigel, corriendo un tremendo riesgo. Los relucientes peligros ojos de Transvaal recorrieron la clase. ¡Tú!, dijo señalando a una niña diminuta y bastante boba llamada Prudence. Para su sorpresa, Prudence la letreó muy bien, sin menor validación. La Transvaal se quedó verdaderamente sorprendida. Gruñó. Supongo que la señorita Honey permitirá que toda una clase para enseñaros esa sola palabra. ¡Oh, no!, exclamó Nigel. La señorita Honey nos la enseñó en 3 minutos, de forma que no se olvide. Nos enseña así muchas palabras. ¿Y en qué consiste ese método mágico, señorita Honey?, preguntó la directora. Yo sí explicaré, dijo el arigato Nigel, saliendo en ayuda de la señorita Honey. Puedo bajar este pie y al moverme para explicárselo. Nada de eso, tronó Trunchbull. Quedó como estás y explícamelo. Está bien, dijo Nigel. Paleación peligrosamente sobre la pierna. La señorita Honey nos enseña una canción corta referente a cada palabra y cantamos todas juntos, así que aprendemos enseguida. ¿Quieren escuchar la canción sobre dificultad? Me fascina, dijo Trunchbull en tono sarcástico. Es así, dijo Nigel. La señorita D y la señorita F, la señorita B, la señorita C, la señorita U, la señorita L y la señorita Taz. ¡Qué ridiculez! Bufó la Trunchbull, porque están casadas con esas mujeres. Además, cuando está aprendiendo a deletrear, no se debe enseñar poesía suprime malo en el futuro, señora Honey, pero así les enseño algunas de las palabras más difíciles, digo la señorita Honey, no discuta conmigo, señorita Honey, sonó con voz potente la directora. Haga lo que le digo. Voy a probar ahora con las tablas de multiplicar para ver si la señorita Honey os ha enseñado algo de eso. La Trunchbull había regresado a su sitio frente a los alumnos. Su diabólica mirada recorrió lentamente las filas de pequeños pupitres turbios, señalando a un niño llamado Rupert.
Vale. Que se sentaba en la primera fila. ¿Cuántas son 2 por 7? 16, contestó sin pensarlo Rupert. La Trunchbull avanzó lenta y silenciosamente hacia Rupert, al igual que una tigresa acechando a un cervatillo. Rupert aceptó al instante la señal de peligro y gritó precipitadamente: ¡Son 18! 2 por 7 son 18, no 16. Ignorante babosa, vociferó la Trunchbull. Asno, estúpido, cabeza de chorlito. Mientras tanto, se había situado justamente detrás de Rupert y de repente extendió una mano del tamaño de una raqueta de tenis y agarró el pelo de Rupert. Este tenía una hermosa cabellera rubia. Su madre creía que era bonita y le gustaba dejarla crecer más de lo normal. La Trunchbull sentía el mismo odio por el pelo largo de los chicos que por las trenzas y las coletas de las chicas, y estaba a punto de demostrarlo. Agarró de un puñado las largas melenas de Rupert con su mano gigante y alzando su músculo brazo derecho, levantó al desdichado niño por encima de su asiento y lo sostuvo en alto. Rupert lanzó un alarido, se retorció y contorsionó, dando patadas en el aire y chillando como un cerdo al que están degollando, mientras la señorita Trunchbull gritaba: 2 por 7 son 14, 2 por 7 son 14, no te voy a soltar hasta que lo digas. Desde el fondo de la clase, la señorita Honey exclamó: Señorita Trunchbull, por favor, suéltele. Le está haciendo daño. Puede arrancarle el pelo. Bien, podría si no deja de forcejear, contestó desabridamente la Trunchbull. Estate quieto, gusano retorcido. Era en verdad un sorprendente espectáculo ver que la gigantesca directora, sujetando en
el aire al niño, que gritaba y se retorcía como alguien suspendido del extremo de una cuerda, gritando a voz en cuello. «Dilo», rugió la Transbull. «Di 2 por 7 son 14. Date prisa o empezaré a subirte y a bajarte y así te arrancaré el pelo y tendremos bastante para rellenar un sofá. Venga, chico, di 2 por 7 son 14 y te soltaré». 2 por 7 son 14, dijo jadeando Rupert, tras lo cual la Transbull, haciendo honor a su palabra, abrió la mano y literalmente lo soltó. Estaba a bastante altura y cayó a plomo sobre el suelo, donde rebotó como un balón de fútbol. Levántate y deja de lloriquear, dijo la Transbull. Rupert se levantó y regresó a su pupitre, frotándose el cuero cabelludo con ambas manos. La Transbull volvió a situarse frente a la clase. Los niños permanecían ensuciados, algo así antes. Era una auténtica diversión. Era mejor que una pantomima, solo que con una gran diferencia. En esa habitación había una enorme bomba humana frente a ellos, a punto de explotar a cualquier momento y reducir a todos, a cualquier de los chicos. Los ojos de los niños estaban fijos en la directora. «No me gusta la gente pequeña», dijo esta. «Nadie debería ser pequeño. Deberían ocultarlos de la vista y guardarlos en cajas, como las pinzas del pelo y los botones. Nunca puede explicarme por qué tardan tanto los niños en crecer. Creo que lo hacen a propósito». Otro chico valiente de la primera fila dijo: «Pero seguramente usted habrá sido pequeña alguna vez, ¿no, señorita Transbull?» «Yo nunca he sido pequeña», rugió. «Toda mi vida he sido grande y no he entendido por qué no pueden serlo vosotros también». «Pero usted debió empezar siendo un bebé», dijo el niño. «Yo, un bebé», gritó la Transbull. «¿Cómo te atreves a suponer una cosa así? ¡Qué frescura! ¡Qué insolencia! ¿Cómo te llamas, chico? Y ponte de pie cuando me hables». El chico se puso en pie. «Me llamo Eric. I-N-K, señorita Transbull», dijo. «¿Eric qué?», gritó la Transbull. «I-N-K», dijo el chico. «No seas animal. Ese apellido no existe». «Mire en la guía telefónica», dijo Eric. «Allí encontrará el apellido de mi padre». «Está bien», dijo la Transbull. «Puede que te apellides I-N-K, jovencito, pero deja que te diga algo. Tú no eres indeleble. Si tratas de dártelas de listo conmigo, te borro enseguida». «¿Deletrea qué?» «No he entendido», dijo Eric. «¿Qué quiere que deletree?» «¿Que deletrees qué, idiota?» «Deletrea la palabra qué». «Q-E», dijo Eric, contestando demasiado rápidamente. Hubo un peligroso silencio. «Te daré otra oportunidad más», dijo la Transbull sin moverse.
Ah, sí, ya lo sé, dijo Eric. Es con K-E. Es fácil. En 2 zancadas, la Transbull se colocó detrás del pupitre de Eric y se quedó allí, como un poste amenazador cerniéndose sobre el infeliz. Eric miró temerosamente hacia atrás, por encima del hombro al monstruo. Lo he dicho bien, ¿no? Lo has dicho mal, rugió Trunchbull. La verdad es que eres como esa diosa, como esa odiosa picadura de viruela, que siempre está mal. Te sientas mal, tu aspecto es horrible, hablas fatal, no hay nada bueno en ti. Te voy a dar otra oportunidad para que lo digas bien. Deletrea ¿qué? Eric vaciló. Luego muy despacio dijo, no es QE y tampoco KE. ¡Ah, ya sé! Tiene que ser KUE. La Trunchbull agarró las orejas de Eric, una con cada mano, sujetándolas con el dedo índice y el pulgar. ¡Ay! Gritó Eric. ¡Ay, que me estás haciendo daño! Aún no he empezado, dijo rudamente la Trunchbull. ¿Quién agarrándole bien de las orejas lo levantó de su asiento? ¿Quién agarrándole bien de las orejas lo levantó de su asiento y lo sostuvo en el aire? Igual que Rupert, antes Eric se puso a chillar como un condenado. Desde el fondo de la clase, señorita Honey suplicó. «Por favor, señorita Trunchbull, no haga eso, déjelo, que le puede arrancar las orejas». «No se arranca nunca», le contestó airadamente la Trunchbull. «A través de mi larga experiencia, señorita Honey, he aprendido que las orejas de los niños están firmemente unidas a la cabeza». «Por favor, señorita Trunchbull, déjele», suplicó la señorita Honey. «Podría hacerle daño de verdad. Podría arrancárselas». «¿Las orejas? Las orejas nunca se arrancan», gritó Trunchbull. «Se estiran maravillosamente como estas. Pero le aseguro que nunca se arrancan». Eric chillaba más fuerte aún y pataleaba en el aire. Matilda no había visto nunca a un niño o cualquier otro ser suspendido en el aire por las orejas. Al igual que la señorita Honey, estaba segura de que ambas orejas acabarían desprendiéndose en cualquier momento por el peso que soportaban. «La palabra que se deletrea QUE. Ahora repítelo tú, babosa». Eric no lo dudó. Al ver a Rupert haber aprendido que cuanto antes contestara, antes le soltarían. «¿Qué? Se deletrea QUE», gritó. Sujetándolo aún por las orejas, la Trunchbull lo bajó y lo dejó en su asiento. Luego se dirigió marcialmente al frente de la clase, sacudiéndose las manos como si hubiera estado manejando algo sucio. «Esa es la forma de enseñarles, señorita Honey», dijo. «No basta decírselo, hágame caso. Hay que metérselo en la cabeza. No hay nada como unos tirones y unos pescozones para que se acuerden de las cosas. Eso hace que sus mentes se concentren maravillosamente bien. Podría producirles lesiones permanentes, señorita Trunchbull», dijo la señorita Honey. «Seguro que lo he hecho seguro», respondió Trunchbull, sonriendo. Las orejas de Eric han debido alargarse bastante en los 2 últimos minutos. Ahora serán mayores que antes. No hay nada malo en eso, señorita Honey. Durante el resto de su vida tendrá un divertido aspecto de gnomo. Pero, señorita Trunchbull... ¡Oh, cállese ya, señorita Honey! ¿Es usted tan tonta como cualquiera de ellos? Si no lo soporta usted,
Búsquese en alguna blandengue escuela privada para mocosos ricos. Cuando lleve tanto tiempo como yo dando clases, se dará cuenta de que no es bueno ser amable con los niños. Lea Nicolás Niclevi, de Dignes, señorita Honey. Lea lo que hacía el señor Watford Squeers, el admirable director del colegio Dotheboys. Él sí que sabía cómo manejar a esas pequeñas bestias, ¿no? Sabía cómo ejemplar el látigo, procuraba que sus traseros estuvieran tan calientes que podían freírse sobre ellos huevos y tocino. Un buen libro, supongo, que ninguno del puñado de retrasados mentales que tenemos aquí lo leerá nunca, porque su aspecto ni siquiera aprenderán a leer. Yo lo he leído, señorita Trunchbull, dijo Matilda tranquilamente. La Trunchbull volvió la cabeza y miró atentamente a la pequeña de pelo oscuro y profundos ojos castaños sentada en la segunda fila. ¿Qué has dicho?, preguntó airadamente. Que yo lo he leído, señorita Trunchbull. ¿Leer qué? Nicolás Niclevi, señorita. ¿Leer qué? Nicolás Niclevi, señorita Trunchbull. —¡Me estás mintiendo, presumida! —gritó Trunchbull, mirando aviesamente a Matilda. —Dudo que haya un solo niño en esta escuela que haya leído ese libro. Y tú, renacuaja infantil, ¿quieres que me crea esa trola? ¿Por qué lo haces? ¿Por qué lo haces? ¿Debes tomarme por tonta? ¿Me tomas por tonta? Bien, empezó a decir Matilda, y lo dudó. Le hubiera apetecido decir que sí, tonta de remate, pero eso hubiera sido suicida. Bien, dijo de nuevo, aún dudando y negándose a decir no. La Trunchbull adivinó lo que la niña estaba pensando y no le hizo ninguna gracia. —Levántate cuando hables conmigo —ordenó bruscamente. —¿Cómo te llamas? Matilda se puso en pie y dijo: —Me llamo Matilda Wormwood, señorita Trunchbull. —¿Wormwood? —dijo Trunchbull. En ese caso debe ser hija del propietario de motores Wormwood, ¿no? —Sí, señorita Trunchbull. —¡Es un timador! —gritó Trunchbull. —Hace una semana me vendió un coche de segunda mano que decía que estaba casi nuevo. Entonces creí que era un tipo estupendo. Pero esta mañana, mientras conducía ese coche por el pueblo, se le cayó el motor al suelo. Estaba lleno de serrín. Ese hombre es un timador y un ladrón. Voy a hacer salchichas con su piel. Ya lo verás. Es listo para los negocios, dijo Matilda. Un bandido es lo que es, gritó Trunchbull. La señorita Honey me había dicho que tú también eres lista. Pues bien, mocosa. A mí no me gustan las personas listas. Son todas retorcidas. Lo más seguro que tú también eres retorcida. Antes de pelearme con tu padre, me contó algunas historias desagradables de cómo comportas en casa. Será mejor que no intentes nada en la escuela. jovencita. Desde ahora voy a vigilarte atentamente. Siéntate y estate quieta.
¿Hemos terminado?
Sí.
Adiós.
¡Chaito!
El primer milagro. Matilda volvió a sentarse en su pupitre. La Transvaal se sentó también tras la mesa de la profesora. Era la primera vez que se sentaba durante la clase. Alargó una mano y agarró una jarra de agua. Sujetando la jarra por el asa, pero sin levantarla aún, dijo: «Nunca he podido entender por qué son tan repugnantes los niños pequeños. Son mi perdición, son como insectos. Hay que deshacerse de ellos lo más pronto posible. De las moscas nos libramos empleando algún pulverizador o colgando en papamoscas. He pensado a menudo inventar un pulverizador para deshacerme de los niños pequeños. Qué estupendo sería entrar en esta clase con una pistola pulverizadora gigante en la mano y vaciarla aquí. O, mejor aún, colgar grandes papamoscas. Los colgaría por toda la escuela y quedaríais atrapados en ellos y eso sería el fin de todo. ¿No le parece una buena idea, señorita Honey?» «Si es un chiste, señora directora, no creo que sea muy gracioso», dijo la señorita Honey desde el fondo de la clase. «Usted no lo haría, ¿no, señorita Honey?», dijo la Transvaal. «Y no es un chiste. Mi idea es una escuela perfecta, es que no tenga niños pequeños, señorita Honey. Uno de estos días crearé una escuela así, creo que será un éxito». «Esta mujer está loca», se dijo la señorita Honey. «Sufre algún trastorno mental. De ella es de la que habría que deshacerse». La Transvaal levantó la jarra de loza azul y vertió un poco de agua en el vaso. De repente, ¡plop!, en el agua cayó en el vaso la larga y viscosa salamandra. La Transvaal dio un grito y pegó un brinco en su silla, como si hubiera estallado un petardo debajo de ella. Los niños vieron también el alargado y viscoso animal de vientre anaranjado, parecido a un lagarto, que se retorcía en el vaso y se pusieron a retorcerse y a dar vueltas gritando: «¿Qué es eso? ¡Oh, es asqueroso! ¡Es una serpiente! ¡Es una cría de cocodrilo! ¡Es un caimán!». «Cuidado, señorita Transvaal», gritó Lavender, «seguro que muerde». La Transvaal, la poderosa y gigantesca hembra, siguió donde estaba, con sus pantalones verdes temblando como una hoja. Le ponía especialmente furiosa el que alguien hubiera logrado hacerla brincar y gritar, porque se enorgullecía de su fortaleza. Contemplaba aquel animal que se retorcía y se debatía en el vaso. Curiosamente, no había visto nunca una salamandra. La naturaleza no era su fuerte. No tenía la más mínima idea de qué animal era aquel. Su aspecto, desde luego, era repulsivo. Lentamente volvió a sentarse en su silla. Su aspecto era más terrorífico que nunca. Sus pequeños ojos negros se fueron encendiendo de furia y odio. «¡Matilda!», rugió. «¡Ponte de pie!». «¿Quién? ¿Yo?», dijo Matilda. «¿Qué he hecho?». «Ponte de pie, asquerosa cucaracha». «No he hecho nada, señorita Transvaal. De verdad que no. Jamás había visto esa cosa viscosa. Ponte de pie enseguida, asqueroso gusano». Matilda se incorporó de mala gana. Estaba en la segunda fila y Lavender en la de atrás, sintiéndose un poco culpable. No había pretendido crearle ningún problema a su amiga. Por otra parte, no estaba dispuesta a confesar. «Eres un animal vil, repulsivo, repelente y maligno», gritó la Transvaal. «No eres digna de esta escuela. Deberías estar entre rejas, ahí es donde deberías estar. Haré que te expulsen de este establecimiento con toda ignominia. Haré que los inspectores te persigan por el pasillo y te arrojen por la puerta a patadas. Haré que el personal te lleve hasta tu casa con guardia armada. Y luego me aseguraré de que te envíen a un reformatorio para niños delincuentes y que estés allí 40 años por lo menos». La Transvaal estaba tan furiosa que tenía el rostro enrojecido y en las comisuras de los labios se le notaban pequeños espumarajos de rabia. Pero ella no era la única que estaba poniéndose nerviosa. Matilda también estaba poniéndose roja de ira. No le importaba lo más mínimo que le acusaran de algo que realmente hubiera hecho. comprendía la razón de ello. Sin embargo, para ella era una experiencia totalmente nueva que la acusaran de un delito que en absoluto había cometido. Ella no había tenido nada que ver con aquel repugnante animal del vaso. Caramba, pensó, esa infame Transvaal no me va a echar la culpa de eso a mí. «Yo no he sido», gritó. «Oh, sí, has sido tú», le respondió también gritando la Transvaal. «A ningún otro se le hubiera ocurrido una faena como esa. Tu padre tenía razón cuando me previno contra ti». La mujer parecía haber perdido por completo el control de sí misma. Estaba vociferando como una loca. «Para ti se ha acabado esta escuela, jovencita», gritó. «Para ti se ha acabado todo. Me ocuparé personalmente de que te encierren en un sitio donde ni siquiera los cuervos puedan echarte sus excrementos. Probablemente nunca volverás a ver la luz del día». «Le he dicho que yo no he sido», gritó Matilda. «En mi vida he visto un animal como ese». «Tú has puesto un cocodrilo en mi agua», gritó la Transvaal. «No hay ningún delito peor en el mundo contra la directora de una escuela. Ahora siéntate y no digas una palabra más. Vamos, siéntate enseguida». «Pero le digo que», gritó Matilda, negándose a sentarse. «Y yo te digo que cierres el pico», bramó la Transvaal. «Si no te callas inmediatamente y te sientas, me quitaré el cinturón y lo conocerás por el extremo de la hebilla». Matilda se sentó despacio. «Oh, qué inmundicia, qué injusticia! ¿Cómo se atrevían a expulsarla por algo que no había hecho?». Matilda notó que empezaba a sentirse cada vez más y más enfadada, tan insoportablemente enfadada que no tardaría mucho en explotar algo dentro de ella. La salamandra seguía retorciéndose en el vaso de agua. Parecía encontrarse muy incómoda. El vaso no era lo suficiente grande para ella. Matilda miró airadamente a la Transvaal. ¿Cómo la aborrecía? Miró al vaso con la salamandra. Le hubiera apetecido ir, coger el vaso y arrojar su contenido a la cabeza de la Transvaal. Se estremeció al pensar lo que la Transvaal le haría a ella si se atrevía a hacer eso. La Transvaal estaba sentada tras la mesa de la profesora, mirando con una mezcla de horror y fascinación la salamandra que se debatía en el vaso. Poco a poco, Matilda comenzó a sentir que la invadía una sensación de lo más extraordinaria y peculiar. Sentía especialmente esa sensación en los ojos. Parecía concentrarse en ellos una especie de fluido eléctrico. En lo más profundo de ellos se estaba creando una sensación de poder, una sensación de gran fuerza. Pero notaba otra sensación completamente distinta, que no se explicaba. Era como rayos, como si sus ojos despidieran pequeñas oleadas de rayos. Sus globos oculares comenzaron a calentarse, como si estuvieran gestando una gran energía en su interior. Era una sensación asombrosa. Mantuvo los ojos fijos en el vaso y el poder se fue concentrando en una pequeña zona de cada ojo, creciendo cada vez más, y tuvo la sensación de que de sus ojos salían millones de diminutos e invisibles brazos con manos y se dirigían al vaso que estaba mirando. «Vuélcalo», murmuró Matilda, «vuélcalo». Vio que el vaso comenzaba a tambalearse. Realmente se inclinó unos milímetros hacia atrás y luego se enderezó de nuevo. Matilda siguió empujándolo con aquellos millones de pequeños brazos invisibles que salían de sus ojos, notando el poder que emergía en línea recta de los dos puntos negros que tenía en el centro de sus ojos globos oculares. «Vuélcalo», murmuró de nuevo, «vuélcalo». El vaso se tambaleó de nuevo. Empujó mentalmente con más fuerza, deseando que sus ojos emitieran más poder, y entonces, muy lentamente, tan lentamente que ella apenas pudo ver lo que sucedía, el vaso comenzó a inclinarse hacia atrás, más y más hacia atrás, hasta que se quedó en equilibrio sobre el borde del fondo. Allí vaciló unos segundos antes de venirse abajo y volcarse con un fuerte tintineo encima de la mesa. El agua que contenía y la salamandra que no dejaba de retorcerse cayeron sobre el enorme pecho de la señorita Transvaal. La directora soltó un alarido que hizo temblar los cristales de las ventanas del edificio y por segunda vez en los últimos segundos salió disparada de su silla como un cohete. La salamandra se asió desesperadamente al guardapolvo de algodón en la parte donde cubría el pecho, clavando allí sus patas en forma de garras. La Transvaal bajó la vista y lo vio. Soltó otro alarido aún más fuerte y de un manotazo lanzó al animal volando por la clase. Aterrizó en el suelo, junto al pupitre de Lavender, y con gran rapidez ésta se agachó, la cogió y la metió en su estuche para otra ocasión. Pensó que era muy útil tener una salamandra. La Transvaal con la cara más parecida a un jamón cocido que nunca, estaba de pie, frente a los alumnos, temblando de rabia. Su enorme pecho subía y bajaba y las salpicaduras de agua formaban una mancha húmeda que probablemente le había calado hasta la piel. ¿Quién lo ha hecho?, rugió. Vamos, que confiese, que dé un paso adelante. Esta vez no te escaparás. ¿Quién es el culpable de esta faena? ¿Quién ha volcado este vaso? Nadie respondió. La clase permanecía silenciosa como una tumba. Matilda, rugió, has sido tú, sé que has sido tú. Matilda estaba sentada muy tranquila en la segunda fila y no dijo nada. La invadía una extraña sensación de serenidad y confianza, y de repente se dio cuenta de que no temía a nadie en el mundo. Con el único poder de sus ojos había podido volcar un vaso de agua y derramar su contenido sobre la horrible directora, y quien pudiera hacer eso podría hacer cualquier cosa. «Habla, antrax purulento», rugió la Trunchbull. «Admite que fuiste tú». Matilda miró directamente a los ojos airados de aquella gigantesca mujer enfurecida y dijo con toda calma: «Yo no me he movido de mi pupitre desde que empezó la clase, señorita Trunchbull. No tengo otra cosa que decir». De pronto, toda la clase se alzó contra la directora. «¡No se ha movido!», gritaron. «Matilda no se ha movido, nadie se ha movido. Lo ha debido de volcar usted». «Yo, desde luego, no lo he volcado», rugió la Trunchbull. «¿Cómo os atrevéis a sugerir una cosa así?» «Hable, señorita Honey. Usted debe de haber visto todo. ¿Quién ha volcado mi vaso de agua?» «No ha sido ninguno de ellos, de los niños, señorita Trunchbull», respondió la señorita Honey. «Puedo asegurarle que durante el tiempo que ha estado usted aquí no se ha movido nadie de su pupitre, excepto Nigel, y este no se ha movido del rincón». La señorita Trunchbull miró iradamente a la señorita Honey. Esta aguantó su mirada sin pestañear. «Le estoy diciendo la verdad, señora directora», dijo. «Debe de haberlo volcado usted sin darse cuenta. Eso puede pasar fácilmente». «Estoy harta de vosotros, enanos inútiles», gritó la Trunchbull. «Me niego a perder mi valioso tiempo aquí». Y diciendo esto, salió marcialmente de la clase dando un portazo. En el estupefacto silencio que siguió, la señorita Honey se dirigió a la parte delantera de la clase y se quedó de pie tras su mesa. «Uy», dijo, «creo que hemos tenido bastante por hoy, ¿no? La clase ha terminado. Podéis iros al patio y esperar a que vengan vuestros padres a recogeros».
Bueno, honekin bukatutzat emango dugu gaurko saioa. Eskerrik asko horatzean egon zareten guztioi. Gracias a todos los que habéis estado ahí detrás. Hoy vamos a dar por finalizada esta lectura. Thank you very much and see you.
Venga.